for those who want to be on the phone.
Speech off.
They're working on getting that worked out. So we're going to start by doing roll call this morning. I'm going to ask that everyone say their name, and if they represent an area or an alternate, the area that they represent or the alternate. And so that our secretary, Chris Saban, can keep all of that straight. And I'm going to go to my left.
Jim Lutz, alternate Dayton area.
Dave Vergasa, alternate Cincinnati.
Keith Trammell, representative Dayton area.
John McNamara, alternate Akron.
Lisa Paget, Dave's wife.
Gabe Paget, Cleveland alternate.
John Dacker, Georgia Columbus rep.
Christopher Saban, OVRC secretary.
Dimitri Johnson, OOD assistant legal counsel.
Cynthia Lee, BE training manager.
Amy Sager, reporting manager.
Sally Nunes, area manager.
Christy County program manager.
Greg Dormer, deputy director.
Karen Chavez with the Ohio Attorney General's office.
Dwayne Burke Holder, Toledo alternate. Derek Newfarth, Zanesville rep.
And then back.
Warville Chart, IMOB consultant for Columbus.
Susan Vergasa, Dave's significant other.
Frank, it works now.
All right.
That's a definitely better half scenario there.
But she said it was.
Can you guys hear us?
Right.
Welcome to Tammy Chavez, the community representative. Welcome
No.
to the Columbus consultant. I think I couldn't hear everything. I think you said Orville. Did you say Sharp?
Orville Sharp.
Sharp, yes, sir.
Okay.
And your first name is Orville?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
Okay, can you guys all please mute?
The answer's no.
yeah, those of you on the phone, if you need to mute, *6 will mute, *6 will unmute. Thank you. All right. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the November 18th, 2022 minutes. So if someone would like to make a motion.
I'll motion.
Okay. John, you made the motion?
Yeah.
To accept, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right.
Who seconded?
Keith from there.
Keith, okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Now, any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Saban's doing an excellent job.
All right. Well, thank you.
I'm seriously, I think it's great that we've got our own secretary, and I think it's great that he's taken over more responsibilities than just taking down the minutes of the meeting. He's helping ensure better communication
It's true.
about the meetings and other things, and I think that's fantastic.
Mr. Chair, I agree.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
All right. Any other discussion?
Is this like public comment?
No.
Okay.
Just related to the minutes, John.
Okay.
Any other discussion involving the minutes? All right. Not hearing any, I'm going to call for the vote. John?
Yes.
Derek?
Yep.
Keith?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
And who am I forgetting? Dave Patch?
Dave, yes.
And did I get everybody? And Dwayne?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to keep track of where everybody is. All right, motion passes. Okay, the next thing on the list is the November 2022 motions and VSVI responses. Any discussion on those?
Mr. Chair, could we recap those?
I don't
Why?
have them in front of me. I don't have them in front of me. Christy, do you have them?
I'm trying to find them.
I have them, but it'll take me forever to find them
Me too.
because they're stuck in my email somewhere.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Unless Dave has a specific reason for needing that to be done, I don't think it's inappropriate use of our time on such a busy day.
I kind of agree.
The only question I guess I had about the motions was there was one, I think it was the UC motion, that Annette, and I don't remember who the second on it was, it may have been John, not.
I think it was John, possibly.
I think so too.
But I think they said they adopted it in part and rejected it in part or something like that.
I read over them actually, and it looked as if Christy had already been, or Sally had already been in communication with UC, and that some of those issues with the car transactions had already been resolved, or there were ongoing negotiations or something of that nature. Again, I don't have the minutes in front of me. But it was,
The only thing I was asking for clarification on was what had been accepted in the motion and what wasn't accepted. That's what I wasn't completely clear on. That was the only concern that I had. And like I said, I don't have them in front of me. I think the other ones were accepted, but I'm doing it from memory.
Mr. Chair, that was specifically what I was kind of wanting to recap, was what the original motion was and what the response was.
I think it was a cease and desist motion, if I'm not mistaken. It was.
Mr. Chair, I have it up, and it was, you guys wanted
And
us
that-
to do a cease and desist or letter, and we did not recommend that piece of it, because we are in communication with them on multiple levels. And so, again, a cease and desist letter is that's a more of a, in the attorney frame, not us. And we have been communicating with them. And the response, the Bureau partially adopts the recommendation. UC has reported that the Bureau, that they are not charging any processing fee. And that was new information that we had gathered, after the meeting, recognizing that they are prohibited to do so. The Bureau is communicating to UC that the operators do not wish to increase pricing and that UC needs to cease the 10% discount on beverages and snacks for the purchases made on the Bearcat card. The Bureau will move forward on working with UC on the new BGA. So we told them that yes, we need to cease the 10%, but we did not do a cease and desist letter.
All right. And that is an agenda item that we will, we'll talk about that after a while. It's on the agenda to actually continue that discussion. So is there any other questions or concerns about that specific motion? I didn't, and if anybody else had another motion that they had a question about or anything, that's fine, but I didn't see anything that jumped out at me that I remember. The only one. Okay, we will dive into that when that topic comes up on the agenda, because it's on there. So I guess we'll move on from the motions and move into public comment. I know I have, there's 3 people I know of that have requested public comment, and I'll give everybody a chance. I'm going to get to the 3 people that I know about, and then if there's anyone else. The first one that have requested that I'm aware of is John Giorgio.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make everybody aware who uses an iPhone that there's a new app called Zuzanka, which is specifically made for visually impaired people that reads expiration dates on products.
Awesome. Could you spell that, please?
Yeah, Zuzanka.
Zuzanka. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky to use at first. It costs $1.99 a month or $20 a year. You can get a lifetime on it. There is a tutorial on it on Apple Viz, but it's a very promising product. And they're supposed to be adding barcode scanning to it soon too.
That was ZUZNK?
ANK.
ANKA.
And if anybody needs any information, they can always contact me.
Thanks for checking. Is there a tutorial on Applebiz
Yes.
on it? Okay.
It's
Awesome.
Well, there's a podcast on it.
A podcast.
Yeah.
Even better. That's what I meant.
It's really, and he did a really good job. That's how I found out about it.
Anonymous.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, he did a very good job.
All right,
Perfect.
that's good.
That's
to
all I
know.
got.
I had a couple of other people that requested public comment, Mike and Julie Russell. I assume they're on the phone. I'm going to give them the option if they want to. I believe their public comment involves the draft ODOT Bureau Grantor Agreement, so they can either do public comment, or if they would like to wait till we get to that discussion, it's up to, I'm going to give them the option, and we will. But if one of them or both of them want to unmute and communicate how they want to handle it, we'll go from there. Star 6 to unmute.
Mr. Chair, should we find out who's on the line?
Oh, yeah, you know what, John? Thank you.
If everyone wants to unmute and let us know who's on there, but with Frank's direction, it'd be awesome. If you guys, I hope you guys can hear me.
Yeah, I apologize, everybody. We normally do take roll call. We were having issues getting the system up and running, so, but it is now.
I hope I'm muted. I should be.
Chris can just add it to the roll
Yeah, I'll
call.
just add it.
You are muted.
I was
Start.
repeating.
6. You have been muted by the meeting host. You can now unmute yourself.
Oh, thanks, Frank. I mean, thanks, Tom. Text Tom, you muted me and I cannot unmute.
I'll send this.
Jeez. We got someone.
Mr. Chair, this is John King. Just let you know I was on the line.
Was that John Kim?
Candidate.
Candidate.
John Kim.
Hey, John, were you able to hear the whole conversation? Crap.
You're probably still muted.
I know.
Start. 9. 6. You are unmuted.
There we go.
65%.
Probably like,
60%.
sorry, this is Pepper on the line. I'd probably like public comment on the EC issue at a later, discuss later.
You hear that, Frank?
Is there more volume available on that?
Later, Mike Russell.
Yeah, Yvette Shackelford's also on there. Hey,
Yvette
Yvette.
Shackelford?
Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
Good, you? Good. I know Lisa Lissinger was on
Is
there
there any
too.
opportunity to increase the volume on that device? Because we can't hear them over here.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Mark, I think.
Mark Messick.
Messick, okay.
Anyone else? I know Lisa was on there.
This is Seth Ryan. Am I unmuted?
No,
Yeah, we can hear you.
we can hear you.
Okay, I would like public comment when UC is discussed later. I would like the option for that as opposed to now.
Can you hear him, Frank?
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay.
That was on you.
Lisa Leisinger wrote on. I don't know if she hung up. She was having problems with her phone.
Who is it speaking?
That was Yvette.
You bet.
Yvette, okay.
You got that.
Anyone else on the line?
We believe Lisa's on there too, right?
Yeah.
Kelsey Burrier, consultant in Akron Canton's on the line.
Good morning, Kelsey, and to everybody else on the phone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Who was that?
Kelsey Burrier.
No, after that. I thought someone else talked after.
Do we think we got everybody on the phone? Add Lisa to that, Lisa Litzinger, Chris as well. I believe she's on there. She probably muted, and I know it's,
She has problems unmuting sometimes.
all right. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next agenda.
I have one other public comment, Frank.
Oh, okay.
Dean Hamilton called me last night and asked me to mention that when they receive their attachments in their email, their thing that reads to them off the phone is having a lot of trouble reading, especially the ODOT Bureau Agreement. I don't have the problem myself, so I don't know if anybody else that uses it might have a comment. But that's just it. Dean Hamilton wanted to let know it was very difficult to go through the thing with the talk-to-speech thing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I did not have an issue with that.
Dean Hamilton's a vendor, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I was having an issue, I don't use VoiceOver, but I was just trying to read the print last night on my phone and kept jumping back and forth, and I kept losing my place, and I'm like, what the?
Mine does the same thing, Frank.
PDFs are generally a pain in the rear.
I didn't get through all of it. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I actually, I didn't get a chance to put in for public comment prior but since it has to do with UC, I would request the same thing. I can wait until
That's fine.
we get there.
Okay. Who was that, Dave Bogassa?
Yes.
All right. The next item on the agenda is Wright Patterson Air Force Base, a bagel shop, and I don't know who was, Sally or Christy, which one of them want to tackle that and get us filled in, so we kind of,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Sally.
so there is a bagel shop in Terry Ward's facility that the base would like us to open. Neither us nor Terry feel it's appropriate right now. Terry said he's willing to resign his facility, but I don't think it's a good idea for any operator to do open food there. Scott Shepard, the consultant, has said he's gone there multiple times. There's very little traffic there. So I just wanted to bring that to the committee.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Gary.
is that that's the only portion of his facility? That is his facility, or is there additional things? Terry's not operating anything now, right? No
Correct.
machines or anything.
So one of his downstairs bagel shop is closed completely, like the equipment's removed.
Right.
The upstairs one has been closed, but that's the one that they want open.
What about the vending machine that previously was at the top? Vending machines. that were
He only
previously-
has, I think, like 2.
Oh, you don't, okay.
Yeah, he doesn't have, they're right next to that bagel shop.
Seemed like before he had more locations.
He did,
vending machines.
and they've
Oh,
been
they've been shut
condensed
down as
to
well? Okay.
697 or 8.
Gotcha.
And then along with that, I guess, this is kind of along the same lines, Right Pat has offered us a coffee shop that we would have to build basically from the drywall in, as well as a Chinese restaurant.
Headquarters building?
Yep.
Well, Mr. Chair, I can categorically say that's a horrible idea. It was a horrible idea when the base was in full swing. I mean, I used to operate in that building, so I know it very well. I actually used to eat at the Chinese restaurant that they're talking about. And like we say, lots of other places, there's a reason the Chinese restaurant pulled out. They weren't making money, where previously they were making boatloads of money. So, yeah, that's just categorically a bad idea.
Sally or Christy, do you guys need input or need anything from the committee? Does the committee think we need to do anything?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes, Right Pat is waiting for a decision specifically on the coffee shop and the Chinese restaurant. We may be able to push off Terry Ward's bagel shop a while longer. But specifically the coffee shop and Chinese restaurant. And again, the area that they've provided are just drywall and floor. We would have to put everything else in.
So Sally, have you guys had this discussion with Jim and Keith? Or Keith and Jim, how are you going to say it?
Well, Jim is Jim Lutz, sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking, Jim Davis is no longer. I did not. This came about recently, and Jim and Keith, I don't know if you guys have specific thoughts on it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Jim.
I guess I'm kind of new to it. When I saw it was on the agenda, I figured I would just wait instead of contacting you, Sally, to discuss it. I figured, well, we can discuss it here. Just hearing this little bit of preliminary information, it doesn't sound too feasible to me, but maybe I'm missing something. I don't know a lot about it, but just a little bit I heard right now, it doesn't sound very feasible, and at least to me anyways, to do the Chinese restaurant and building an entire coffee shop. And there's probably not even enough business to sustain it, so at least to me, that's where I would think, but again, I don't know what Keith's thoughts are. He probably knows more about it than I do.
And who's that speaking?
Jim Lutz.
Oh, Jim Watts, okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Keith.
the building on Terry Ward's thing first, I think they might have 10% of the people that were there when he was there, why it's closed originally. And And then it's the same thing with the other building that Dave was talking about, with the Chinese restaurant and the coffee shop. I don't think it's something we need to do, because they doing a lot of work from home, and there's no people in those buildings to support that.
All right, well, I think typically what happens is Sally will talk to you, Keith, and talk to Jim, and the local selection panel will make a decision as what needs to happen there. And I think I know where it's going. I think we all know where, just from the committee discussion here, I think we know where this goes. I don't think we can justify asking an operator to reopen when there's no business there, not enough business. We don't want our vendors losing money, and that's what this would just be. It would just be losing money hand over fist. We don't want anybody in that position. So,
Mr. Chair?
yes.
Just a real quick question about, I mean, I agree about the bagel shop, certainly. I'd be curious to know what the vending machine sales are in that same building with it. That would be interesting to know. I'm sure it's minimal.
Right.
But my main question is, with the Chinese restaurant and the coffee shop, they're also, their APs have a cafeteria operating there. Are they going to continue to operate the cafeteria? And that's not, and so they only want us to take on the coffee, the probably brewed by Starbucks shop and the Chinese shop, or?
Let me see, Mr. Chair, let me, I'll send Scott Shepherd a note. I don't remember exactly what they said they were doing with that space, but I'll find out and I'll let you know here in a minute.
Because that's previously what it was. It was AFI's cafeteria, and it was a standalone, which also was run by AFI's, coffee kiosk kind of thing. And then there was a full-fledged Chinese restaurant up there that was under contract by a private entity. And I'm curious to know if they're trying to get away with, we're going to offer you what we don't want and keep, yeah, that kind of thing. And that just leads to later discussions we're going to have today. That'll be another example of something I intend to address later on.
Mr. Chair.
John.
So, Sally, why are they asking us to build a new coffee shop from scratch if there was already one there? Nope.
Mr. Chair, I believe they tore everything down and quote unquote remodeled. I don't think it was an actual coffee shop, was it, Derek? It was that little deli food court type of thing.
The coffee shop was a hole in the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe they're wanting to update it or something
Yeah.
at our expense. They're playing games with you guys.
Correct.
And the Chinese restaurant was a full-fledged Chinese restaurant. I mean,
With a
it was,
chicken wing.
it was actually a nice little place. It was one of the best Chinese restaurants in the area, and that area has a lot of Chinese restaurants, and it was one of the best.
Scott's typing back, so it'll be a minute or so if you want to move on or other discussion.
What building is this?
This is 262.
The headquarters.
The headquarters, the big
main,
one right
the
there,
main
yeah.
building, yeah, the most populous building, which might not be the case any longer.
Mm-mm.
It's the most populous building.
Well, I'll tell you what, while we're waiting on, I think Sally said she's waiting on Scott, while we're waiting on Scott, do we have any updates or anything as far as what's going on with, what is it, Alfie's? Alfie, however you say
Putting out the vending
it. The
machines.
illegal competition, that's there with Nicole, and I know you guys talked to Terry Smith and did some other things, and I didn't know if there had been any movement since then. I will say that this isn't just an Ohio issue, it's a national issue, but I want to make sure we're doing our part and doing everything we can to put an end to it. So I didn't know if there had been any movement or any updates.
I can take it because Rick and I had to.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So, Rick Shantz, Chief Legal, and I had a couple of meetings with the legal counsel at Right Pat, and brought this to their attention, and they agreed that APs should not have their machines in building 18, and informed APs they need to remove those machines. The pass and registration, APs put up an argument that we didn't meet it, and then Rick sent them some other legal cases out of Oklahoma and somewhere else with precedents that, no, once you give us the priority in that building, or once you have us in, the priority supersedes anything else. So sent that back to them, and they are going back to APs to tell them, look, you gotta, you got to remove that machine too. So I haven't heard if they've started moving them yet or not, but Right Pat agreed with us and told APs that they have to move those machines.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
this is a national issue right now.
Mhm.
Terry Smith, I've talked to him, they're having this issue across the country with APs. This isn't just our,
Right.
unfortunately.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to comment on at least the coffee shop part, just give everybody a little more information. We do have a Starbucks on Wright Patterson now. And this year, it is doing 1,500 a day in 7 hours every day. So just,
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
to be fair, that's in a specialized building.
it's in the medical school with medical students.
Yeah, where
yes.
people come from all over the country for training, and there's lots of military people in there. And
Yeah.
it's not people working from home like at headquarters where, yeah, you've got people there, only 50% of the people ever come in at all, and them only 2 days a week or whatever kind of thing. So it's a different situation.
Correct.
I have a, Greg or Christie, do we have any kind of timeline before we need to, as far as removing those machines, before we need to talk to them again? I know we have to give them a little bit of time to see if they're gonna actually comply.
Yeah, so Rick and I scheduled a follow-up meeting. I think it's next week or the week after. And we've also brought, the governor's office has a liaison to Wright Pat out of his office who's been meeting with the base commander and informed him of what's going on. So, we met with them a week ago, so we scheduled, I think it was 3 weeks out. So we'll have a follow-up there on a date and when they're gonna get those things moving. So just as a side note, it's kind of interesting where, in my mind, I thought on a military base, the base commander kind of was like the king. But apparently APHES, even the legal said, APHES has started, and it's a national issue, like they're putting stuff in places and doing things because I don't want to say they operate outside of that chain of command, but they kind of do a little bit with that stuff. So it's a big mess. And like we said, you guys have said, Terry Smith, it's a national issue. So, but yeah, we will have an update in a couple weeks.
Hopefully we can win it and set our own precedent for the rest of the country.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I got a response from Scott. He said in the cafeteria space in headquarters will be a convenience store and fast food to be run by APHES.
Yep.
And they want us to run a Dunkin' or Starbucks and a restaurant.
What?
And Mr. Chair, even if APHES wasn't going to do that, there would be no open food business or convenience store business in that entire place. It still wouldn't be worth our effort. And APHES is going to find out fast it's not worth their effort. But they're accustomed to operating at a loss, unfortunately.
I'm going to say,
They don't care whether they make money or not.
are they subsidized? I didn't know if they were subsidized some way somehow through the government. All right. Well, I think that's it on that. Thank you for the update about the illegal competition. Hopefully we can get those out of there sooner rather than get those machines out of there sooner rather than later. This next item I have on here, but before I tackle this discussion, it's selection regret letters. The first thing I want to make clear is nobody did anything wrong in this process. This process was followed protocol to the letter. But Sally and Larry and I did a selection, I guess, for a rest area up in Akron. We had a couple of issues. One of the operators, a fairly new operator, had applied for that facility, but they used the old application and old supporting documentation. Sally did take the time about a week before the selection to email that operator and say, hey, you need to resubmit using the current application and use the current supporting documentation. And that operator chose not to do that. And because of that, we couldn't score that application. Basically, if you can't score it, you're not accepting it. The other issue we had was we have an operator who applied for that facility who has a letter on file with ODOT that basically says they can't operate on ODOT property. So we were in a situation where we really couldn't accept that one or score that one either. The issue came, and these are form letters, and I said in the beginning, nobody did anything wrong here. Protocol was followed correctly. The form letters go out to, the applicants. But to these particular two operators, they got the letter, it said due to scoring, you didn't win this selection. Well, I got to thinking about it, I'm like, wait a minute, both of these operators may think they got scored in this selection. And it's not that anybody did anything wrong, it's just a little bit of a flaw in that system. And I don't know if we need to have a little bit of alternative language for a situation. And I'm gonna be honest, I think that situation's not gonna occur very often. But I didn't know if we wanted to try and make sure that flaw is corrected. Christy and I talked about it a little bit. I did not have a chance to talk to Sally about it. And I don't know exactly what the correction is, but I think as a committee and with management, we need to just fix that so that I don't like to leave something hanging out there when we know there might be an issue unless everybody else is comfortable with it. But I wanted to bring it to the committee and management, so if we wanted to weigh in on it or thought there was something we needed to fix, that we could do that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
why are we using a form letter instead of making it more personal if it needs to be like that?
Not realistic.
Well, sometimes, John, if it's a huge selection, I mean, that's typically what we do is the form letter. And 99.9% of the time, that's fine.
I'm not suggesting we don't use a form letter in general, but if there's something specific like that, why don't we just send them a more personalized letter?
So, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Chris.
So, it was a mistake. We should have reviewed that better. It did not fit the form letter. That instance did not fit that form letter. And going forward, we will look at any communication that goes out more closely and ensure that it's not just an automatic hit send, get it off our plate, and we'll be more thoughtful. So, and that's what I told Frank.
I think that's all we really need to do is exactly what you just said.
And is everybody on the committee comfortable with that? I just wanted it out there so that,
Mr. Chair?
yes.
Did the recipients of the letters complain?
Good question.
No, they had nothing they didn't know. It wasn't addressed like that.
No, okay, no, I was just curious if maybe through the grapevine they learned something and made it an issue. But you're just suggesting, having been part of that process, that maybe we need to take a look at that. And that's great that they recognize that. We're gonna do it in the future.
Yeah, cool. But nobody did anything wrong. I said that from the beginning. Protocol, it was followed how it should have been. Every once in a while you see a little bit of a flaw in something. It's like, yeah, we need to see if we can tweak it a little bit. It's fine.
Mr. Chair,
Alexis was the HR director.
that was the OVRC.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Keith.
I was just wondering, did someone eventually get awarded that facility?
Yes. Yes, someone was awarded that facility.
Thank you.
And just for my edification, Frank, and Larry, what's that Larry's last name in Akron?
Downflus?
Oh.
Don't ask me to spell it right down.
Oh, it's in my files.
Yeah.
I just wanted to confirm. Thank you. Probably could have looked that up on my own, but...
All right, the other one on here, and I don't know if management will have some things to tell us or not, is the rest area / ODOT updates. Kind of like how we do with the universities, just to see what's going on everywhere. Do we have facilities, rest areas being closed that are going to affect our program or affect operators? Do we have other things going on with ODOT that operators in the committee need to know about? So I don't know if anybody...
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This was perfect timing. I just picked up my phone and noticed I got a text earlier from Julie Russell. She says, we cannot get in via the line. We wanted to ask that Kennelly operators, that there be a Kennelly operator meeting before they make any decisions about the BGA.
They're on the line now, though.
And they're on the line. Okay.
Yeah, because Mike was on there since then.
So anyway, I will ask Sally or Christy if we have anything on that. on that topic.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
the updates I've received recently are not closings, but rather reopening of rest areas that have closed. We believe that I-90 Ashtabula, which is the Conneaut Welcome Center, that should be done around the end of this month. And then Washington County, which is Dave Cunningham's, that should be ready for us to move in next month.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think it's great that you've added ODOT facilities to the list of things that need updated on a regular basis. I have a question about, there's been talk and everything, but I'd like to know if officially, is there a plan by ODOT to ultimately put all of our facilities as inside facilities kind of thing? Do they plan to eventually remodel everything in the state that we currently have and update them all to what's outside now will become inside the buildings where the restrooms are and that kind of thing? Or is that just a rumor I heard that's unfounded?
So, Mr. Chair, in talking with them, they have like a 5-year plan, and there is definitely rest areas on that 5-year plan. So it's not all of them. Again, different administrations come in and they have different priorities. So what's on paper now could change. We all know that when they say that they're closing something, it's not generally, the process of bidding out architects, bidding out all of this. It is a long process. And these rest areas were supposed to open, some of them, last summer. And I guess they were waiting for some electrical panel that was back ordered. So, but when we get those, I will share with the operators any type of schedule that they have and that they put out, but recognize that it not only can it change, it most likely will change.
It's politically driven as much as it is practically driven.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The previous administration, when we met with ODOT on an update, they were closing and removing, like they were going to reduce, the plan was to reduce the overall number at first. So Christy said it perfectly. It just, what we know today will probably change, maybe not tomorrow, but so we will keep in constant contact, and as we get information, we will share it with the group. So, I know the ones out on 70 were supposed to be like out by Buckeye Lake. That was the one thought 2 administrations ago where they were going, and they haven't done another one of those since. So,
Right.
Mr. Chair?
Hang on one second.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
Sally or Christie is going to ask. I had heard that, I guess the stuff on 71 in Fayette County was going to be shutting down, I guess, this late spring, early summer, or one in June, and
August.
August or something, I don't know. But again, it was, I don't know if that's confirmed or not by anybody.
So, I'll have to look at my list. I think that there were 2 for this coming summer.
Okay.
But the last I had heard, again, they were behind on hiring an architect and all of that. So I will follow up with them and find out. They are communicating those things with us. It's just that they say it could change, So.
Right. Okay. All right, well, I think that gives us a starting point, and I think it's a good thing to have on the agenda so we can kind of stay up to speed on it, and it makes all of us, pay attention to what's going on with that.
I think John had something.
John, your turn.
Great minds think alike, because you asked the same question I was going to ask. But also they are also renovating some of their other buildings as well that are not rolled up, that are not Canelli's. Just as an FYI.
Okay. Anything else with the ODOT, with the rest area /ODOT updates?
Mr. Chair, I did want to clarify, I mean, part of my question was to ask, is it their intention, and I don't know that this is as politically driven as most things are with them, but do they intend to take all of our outside buildings and get them inside? I mean, is it that their intent to eventually get everything to where it's, our vending machines are inside, they're into one building with the restrooms and the visitor centers and all the other stuff, or that's just a rumor?
So, Mr. Chair, I think that is their intent when they're rebuilding the buildings. When they're,
Right.
When they're rebuilding the buildings, their intent is to put everything
Just to
under
bring the
one.
vending machines inside?
Right.
Okay, good.
But I don't think that they're going every 5 years, and not every single building is slated to be rebuilt.
Right. But ultimately, that's their goal, is to
Yeah.
have them all inside. Okay, good.
Yep.
All right. I don't think we have anything else on the rest area / ODOT updates. So we're going to move to the next agenda item, and that one is work group updates, and we will start with statewide.
So, Mr. Chair, we finally got a contract with the hotel, and we met last week and are in the process of working on making sure that we have all the speakers set up the way we want them, and that's going really well. The group that does the stuff in the evenings decided that the food show is going to be part of the state process since it's work related, but then there's not going to be a room rented that night. And Schaefer is still going to do breakfast the next day.
Mr. Chair?
Things are looking good.
I do have a question. Just yesterday, I was on the phone with an operator who has commissary, and Friday is one of their commissary days. So he was asking if there's any way people could call in. I don't know.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would love that. And we've talked about that in the past. And it would probably be really ideal to do in the main room. But this year, we've really put a lot of emphasis on breakout.
Gotcha.
And the exhibitor hall, and I don't know how beneficial that would be. We did talk as a work group about videotaping the individual segments and offering them post-conference as upward mobility sessions that would be available on our website. But then that way, it's more intentional, more organized, easier to hear. And it also would not discourage participation in person, which is always a risk when you do that.
Right. No, I think that's a good idea.
And yeah, because if we could do it, that's my greatest fear, is that we've got this hotel and we've got these bank of rooms, and then all of a sudden, if we lose 5-10 people, that we're spending money for nothing. So, we did talk about that.
Yeah. And we can talk more about it as well.
Okay. Anything else on statewide?
I would
Thank God
like
we're having
to,
one in person finally.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would be remiss if I did not say that I have really enjoyed working with this work group. I know in the past, we've always had people assigned, and it's like an army of one, but it was really nice when John pulled together a team, and we get lots of different opinions and lots of extra help, and it's been very encouraging for me. So thank you to the work group and to the leadership.
Yep. And you guys aren't done yet.
No.
No,
Oh, no.
no, but we've gone through a rough spot, and so
Yeah, right.
the work group really helped with that.
All right. Well, the next item on the agenda, and I know Tom is not here, but I think John and Derek participated in this, so if one of them would, the next one on here, and Amy's here, so is the budget update.
The one thing I want to say, Mr. Chair, on the budget is things are definitely looking up. We're not down to the $300,000-$400,000.
degrees.
Sorry, we're not down to the $300,000-$400,000 in our bank account. We have, we're up close to the $600,000 mark. There was a budget in the budget. There was $400,000 is allocated to equipment purchases for university. That's not going to happen now, so we have a bit of flexibility that we didn't have a couple of months ago. I actually brought up to the work group that maybe we can use some of that to start working on the secondary highways, but that we need to discuss that as part of the whole BGA thing as well. But I think things are moving along really well. I'm not sure if Derek will agree with me on that, but that's kind of my
Mr. Chair?
Amy.
No, I know that we said that it was unsure whether Tri-Cities is gonna happen. I don't think it's definitely off the table. I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was off the table, sorry.
We just got contacted this week about it.
Oh, okay, well, I wouldn't have known that.
Yeah. No, you wouldn't have.
Well,
That's good, actually.
yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Derek, do you have?
Yeah, I mean, numbers are looking good. Our income has increased. It's still not pre-pandemic levels, but it's getting closer all the time, and that's all good news. And the reports that we've been trying to create they're getting honed and getting better. And I'm glad Amy's put up with a lot of frustration with you get 4 type A operators on the side. You've got John and Tom and me and Jeff Bull, and we're all pretty direct people. And poor Amy, I'm surprised you didn't extend your maternity leave.
Good idea.
And I in particular give Amy a lot of grief.
Yes, he does.
In the work group too, because I have pretty strong ideas about this. Clearly, over the years, you guys recognize that.
Yeah.
Because I think it's important. It's foundational to what we do, and we can't do anything that we are supposed to do or need to do or want to do without having a good handle on our funds and how we collect them and how we use them and all of that. So the reports are getting better. I would, and I've said this before, I really hope that everybody that on this committee that has chosen to make themselves responsible for the budget will involve themselves more in what's going on, because it is important to the decisions that we have to make about everything that we're supposed to do in collaborating with the Bureau, all of us as a program. The money is very important. As you know, in your business, your own businesses can't be what they are if you don't understand your money and where it comes from and where it goes and why you have to spend this and why you have to spend that and why you can't collect this. All of those things that go into operating a good business go into operating a good program. So I really want to encourage everybody, and not just the committee, in particular the committee, all operators too. We need to understand our program's finances. Please, everybody, recommit or begin to ask questions and learn the processes that involve the program's funds. I just can't stress how important it actually is, especially now. The pandemic taught us how important it all is. And moving forward, we've got new challenges that are important, that are very relevant to our money, to our funds, and how we spend our funds. So.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I'd like to piggyback on that as well. The accounting is a tough thing to understand in general, but government accounting is crazy. And if people don't understand it, ask someone. I mean, because it's complicated and it's hard to understand. I've got a background in finance and accounting, and I had trouble, and I'm still having problems understanding this stuff. So if I can imagine how hard it is.
Yeah, well, and that's the one thing I want to say to just committee members and even operators at large. When you look at a budget report or our budget report for our program, at first glance, it can be intimidating. But if you sit there and look at it and get your head wrapped around it, you can get an understanding. And sometimes you'll get to something where you may not understand. Pick up the phone, call somebody on the committee, call somebody who you know will have an answer. Somebody's going to have the answer. If committee people don't have the answer, we'll get somebody in management. We'll get Amy. She will get the answer. Or Sally or Christy or a consultant. Somebody will be able to find the answer. So don't just sit there and wonder what you're looking at. We we will help you find the answer. And so we would like, as Derek said, like for everybody to take an interest in the budget and understand the budget, and don't shy away from it. We need to have budget discussions in this committee, and we all want to be knowledgeable about it. And I'm going to be honest, I'm not a budget expert. I rely on, I rely a lot on what our budget work group says, on what Amy says, and I would also rely on the reports that I'm reading and going through. So we will just encouragement for everybody. So, and just trying to echo what Derek said and what John said. I just don't want everybody to feel like, whether it's committee members or operators at large, or you're out there on an island by yourself. We will help. All right. Anything else on the budget update? Okay. Not hearing anything, we will, I believe the next work group update is program growth. Sally, can you pull up, I know we updated the list that we had. We put ones that we actually, we've actually acquired and have up and running.
Mr. Chair, yes, so University of Akron, where we acquired the beverages this past fall, sales are strong and it's doing very well. We anticipate that to go out, probably this summer for fall opening. So that one's doing very well. Also, John McNamara has been gracious enough and crazy enough to travel the whole state all the time. But he has taken over OU, and just within, less than a week, we've seen drastic improvement there to the point, it's a huge turnaround. And then also, as I said a little while ago, Tri-C did reach out to me this week. They'd like to meet with me next week regarding taking over beverages for this coming fall. Or not beverages, all the machines, snacking and beverage on the other campuses.
And remember, Sally, Athens is also going to add the other half of the campus
Yes.
very soon. So
Yep.
that's more growth also.
Yes.
Right. And then we had a couple, both, and there might be more. And I know from the sales I've seen, which that wasn't on the list, they came to us. But from the sales I've seen in the big book, it looks like Kent State's doing great. So
Yes.
that's a good thing. And then we had a couple that we were looking at, and there might be more on there, Sally, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I know we talked about Cincinnati State currently at least not having a contract. They may have a beverage contract, but it doesn't look like they have a contract for snacks, at least last we checked, there was no contract. And one of the things our work group talked about was, if we have the money to do it, that would be great, but if we don't have the money, could we reach out to them? And Sally was doing this, remember, when we were on this call, doing this work group meeting. She said she thought it was a code contracted and expired in '24, but our work group thought was, well, okay, if we can't go in and do it right now, could we get our SLA to go in and work on getting a memorandum of understanding in place to, have a target date to take over there? And I don't know what the target date would be. We would probably have to get that figured out from the financial standpoint. But that's one of the things I wanted to put in front of the committee. There's the Cincinnati State one. The other one is Miami University. And I think Sally's working on getting a letter of introduction out to them. Or have we done that already? I don't think we did that yet.
Mr. Chair, since it had been the holidays and a lot of people were out, we'll get that one here in the next week or so.
Okay, we'll get that out. I thought you had told us, Sally, that their beverage contract expired in '24 as well. And I know we can't do everything all at once, but one of the things I think we can do is try and work with these and get a memorandum of understanding in place to, but I think if Cincinnati State doesn't have a contract, we might be able to get something in place with them, before they go sign another contract with somebody, I guess is where I'm going. Yeah, we have priority, but it would make it easier if there is no contract in place right now. But if we have a memorandum of understanding, we don't necessarily have to sign the contract and go in next month or next week or anything like that. So I don't know if the committee has thoughts on that or management has thoughts on that, but I want to open it up for discussion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is Cincinnati State, correct?
Yes.
Haven't we been waiting for that since like 2006?
We have, but our current management isn't privy to that. Just for everybody's reference, back then we had an area manager. Back then we were still paying commissions at all universities, and we had an area manager go in there and try and tell them we didn't pay commission. Well, UC's down the street, and of course they know that we were paying them at that time. It didn't go well, so.
Yeah, but my point is, we've had priority this entire time, and we're still not in there.
Well,
And there's no way they've been under the same contract the entire time.
no, we think at least the contract with Enterprise Refreshment Solutions, which I believe is Enterprise Vending, or whatever you want to call them. From what legal could tell, from what Sally could tell, it is expired, so.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
why are we specifically, I guess why are you specifically asking the committee to address the Cincinnati campus as opposed to all the other campuses? Is there something
Well,
special about that? Or?
No,
Okay, no, I just.
I don't have a preference one over the other,
Yeah.
because, well, I'll give an example. Tri-C's on the schedule for this year, and if they're gonna, if we're gonna do that, that needs to stay that way. The only thing I was trying to do, guys, was get at least a minimum of memorandum of understandings in place to where at some point, we will be able to do it. I guess the reason why I hit Cincinnati State, Gary, because there is no, as we understand it right now, there is no contract, at least on the snack side.
Okay, yeah, so there are special circumstances where that's low-hanging fruit and et cetera, et cetera. I guess, Mr. Chair, I'd be more interested in, do we have a plan moving forward of, figuring out via our budget, how many places can we afford to, add on a year and those kinds of things, and then making a list of priorities in terms of, populations of universities and locations of universities and where do we have the largest number of operators out of work, and all of those kinds of things that should go into our program growth planning. I think I made that clear. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah. Mr. Chair?
Just a second, John, on that.
Sorry.
I think what Frank's saying, Frank, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so if I'm wrong, tell me that. I think he's asking if we can start looking at these, and he used Cincinnati, if there is no contract in place, Cincinnati State, if there is no contract in place, and see if there is a plan. Let's get a plan in place to start getting memorandums of understanding signed for these facilities, even into the future. I was going to ask if y'all could resend out the list of the universities with the dates, the dates that their current contracts are coming available. I know we had that list here some time ago. It'd be nice to see it again and kind of refresh everybody's memory on it. And start targeting these ones, deciding which ones we want to target, such as Cincinnati State, if there is no agreement, and determine, like what Derek said, which ones fit, and trying to get a plan together to get, even if we're not going in there this year or next year, maybe we get MOU signed for 25, 26, start looking to the future like that. Is that what you were kind of getting at?
Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, wait a minute, Keith, I'm sorry, John.
So, the university is becoming a really lucrative part of our business and is doing well, but I'm concerned with the rest of our businesses and like the office buildings all over the state. If you look at the big book, that is becoming a really sore spot in our businesses, and it's really gone downhill. And we need to look at other factors other than just universities too, and I don't have an answer, by the way, but I'm very concerned about it.
And John, I will be honest, and you and I talked about that. You and I don't have an immediate solution. Is it a problem? Yeah,
It's a huge problem.
Yeah, and I wish I had the solution, but I don't know that any of us have a solution to it. I know you've said in your area, you're trying to combine some things together to make things, work better financially, but that still doesn't fix the whole problem.
Mr. Chair, that's causing a lot of hard work for people who are taking over those businesses for not a lot of money.
So, yeah, it's something to definitely keep in mind and see if we can't brainstorm and come up with a solution to. Keith?
On them same lines of talking about the universities, I had contacted University of Dayton, and you had mentioned, one of you guys had mentioned an introductory letter, and I didn't know if they were a state or privately owned. I don't know none of that, but I like to try to, generate stuff in the Dayton area as well, and any other way I can be of support.
Right, and on our list, Keith, and I don't remember what year it is, we do have Wright State on that program group list as well. I do believe Dayton, I talked to Annette yesterday, I do believe the University of Dayton is private, and I thought Derek had told me that a long time ago.
UD is private.
Okay. So we don't have priority in a private university.
Mr. Chair, that doesn't mean though that we can't send out some kind of letter of introduction and tell people about our services. Not necessarily for a big university like that. I don't know if we're going after the ones where we have priority, and we necessarily have funds to go after another fairly large university that we don't have priority. But there's no reason not to tell people that we're there. Since we're talking program growth and not necessarily universities in and of themselves, some of the other private sector things we should be. I mean, here in Columbus and out in New Albany, they're building this huge Intel plant. We should be contacting them before they get off the ground. We should be telling them, hey, we're the Business Enterprise Program. You might have a program where you like to, work with diverse populations of people to provide services. All of our folks are blind, and we just like to, they may throw it right in the trash. They may not have any interest, but they might not. They might say, we want to work with the blind vendors and set up a facility there. There's going to be thousands of people.
Yeah, that would be huge.
Yes.
That's the type of stuff we need to be doing.
Yes.
That's a great idea.
Because we are losing these office buildings. I don't know that there's going to be a solution to that. The only solution to that is to replace them with other business.
That's about all we can do is find new business. Like you said, it doesn't hurt to contact them and at least put ourselves out there and give them the option. Now, we may not have priority there, but we do have some county stuff, a lot of county stuff, which is considered private. We operate a lot of that, not all of it. I think there's more of it we should have that we can't get because we don't have priority in that area. But anyway, well, I didn't know if the committee wanted to make a recommendation. I wanted to put it out there so that I wasn't trying to do all of this on my own, didn't want the committee left out, wanted the committee involved in this discussion, so that's why I brought it to the committee, so that everybody's in the loop.
Can you please mute?
Yeah, come on, Annette, take yourself.
I didn't mean you. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, John, you weren't talking to her.
Who's ever unmuted on the phone, can you please mute?
Now, Annette, you came in late, it sounded like. Did anybody else come in late?
I noticed Curtis Joyner is here. Did you know that he is here?
Curtis Joyner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is here in person?
Yes.
Okay, and who do you represent?
Welcome, Curtis.
He's an
Curtis.
operator.
He's an operator.
Operator, okay. And what region?
Thank you,
He's a Toledo operator.
Toledo, okay,
Welcome,
great.
Curtis.
And anybody else?
Lynn Hustwick and Tanya Koo are both on the phone. They're BE staff.
Okay.
Both are consultants. Chris.
Yeah,
Aaron Hopkins, and what, you're an operator?
he's an operator.
And what region?
Akron.
Akron, okay. Okay, great, thank you. Thanks for the interruptions, I just wanted to...
920 or something like that.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Annette.
Two things. I don't know that there needs to be a formal,
Yeah, we did.
motion, but maybe.
Okay,
But
thanks, John.
two things that
Thanks,
you
John.
could do as your work group. One, put out that plan, decide what places we want to target as far as universities and stuff, using the criteria like Derek mentioned, and budgetary concerns and all of that. Start sending the letters and getting it on the agenda to do the MOUs for them, and possibly writing a letter of introduction that we can send out to some of these non-priority locations as well to kind of introduce ourselves, kind of like a marketing letter or, maybe some material to send. Work with the Bureau, where they have a PR department, I believe, that could be able to help with stuff like that. And put a letter together, and maybe put the letter together jointly signed by you and Christy or Greg, and just let them know who we are.
I second that.
Mr. Chair, I think we should do the same thing for,
Do what, John?
I think we should do the same thing for private businesses too.
That's what she
Yeah,
said.
that's
Oh, I'm
what
sorry.
we're
I was daydreaming, I'm sorry.
Yeah, specific marketing towards non-priority.
I support that strongly.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm not going to make a motion. I don't object to going after private businesses. I would object to going after private businesses if it was anything more than micro markets or vending. I object in general now to going after any open food opportunities, priority or otherwise. But one of the problems with private is that we can't make investment that can't be moved somewhere else because of the possibility not having a priority. We can get tossed any moment for any reason without it. So we have to be careful what we do. I mean, we have to make, it's easier with counties because counties are more they're government entities, but they're non-priority. And they are more sympathetic to what we do, whereas private entities, they're harder to get on board because of that, and harder even still to keep them if you don't perform the way they want. And I'm not talking about really bad performance. I'm talking about the slightest of things can cause them to. I mean, we lost a great opportunity. Keith will remember this great opportunity in Dayton. One Elizabeth Place, which was a private company, and they got sold to somebody else, and they came in and said, you know what, we're going to need some ridiculous amount of commission. Like all of a sudden they wanted 35% commission or something, and we couldn't even counter because they didn't want to hear it, and we were gone. And we lost a massive investment. We had just made hundreds of thousands of dollars investment in that place and lost it. And so I agree with going after private stuff, but only to the extent that an investment's made that can be moved to other opportunities if that kind of scenario takes place.
And that's a motion I second.
Oh, I would too.
No, Annette had the motion, and I mean, it was a good one, yeah. And I jokingly said I second that, but if somebody wants to craft that into a motion, I don't know that it's necessary. I think we can all be on the same page and understand we need a plan moving forward with universities, and we need another plan moving forward with everything that's not university.
Well,
It just seems like universities are the best opportunities right now because we've already got that ball rolling and everything. But that doesn't mean we should ignore the other stuff too. So we need plans.
And what we have been doing, everybody, just for everyone's knowledge, is what we have been doing is trying to go by the date of the beverage, going by the date of the expiration date of the beverage contract. That's what we've been working with. Now, some of them, there was a few where, like at Akron, they already had snack machines. We didn't have to, we had to spend some money on card readers and maybe getting equipment moved in and things like that, and maybe inventory, but it wasn't a huge cost because the snack machines are already there. Some of these other locations are going to require us to actually purchase snack machines, but that gets, that's more expensive, so just for everybody's information.
Mr. Chair, I have 20 snack machines or 30 snack machines that are just sitting there doing nothing.
That's not good, John.
Well, I'm just
Not
letting
for
you know.
us, not for you or the program.
Correct.
All right. So I guess the program growth will kind of work on a letter, maybe the one that can work for both, and like Miami University and Oxford, send them an introductory letter. I think Cincinnati State's a little bit is familiar with who we are and what we're trying to do. I was just concerned leaving that linger out there with no contract in place. I thought it was important to get maybe a memorandum of understanding in place with them And it doesn't have to be next month or even this year, it's just when we can do it. So we'll go through and see what the money will allow, and I know the money fluctuates year to year, so sometimes it's hard to tell. But
Efficiency, I just say that we haven't met in a while, and I will get back on that. Haven't had a chance to do it the last couple months, so. So we had a survey out there we're working on, both for operators and for PE staff, and talking some about working with Schaefer, different things like that we have talked about, but we haven't had an opportunity to, well, I haven't had an opportunity to do it over the last couple months. So I will get back on that.
No problem.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it's not just the net. I mean, the people that are on that work group, including Christie, I mean, our schedules are pretty stacked and stuff, and it's been harder for our group to get together, so I didn't want that to take all that's all of everybody on the committee's decision to not meet because of other priorities and stuff at the moment.
All right, the next one I have on here is, and I guess we're done with the work group updates. The next one on here I have is just the standard university update. And I don't know if we have any information on anything that we need to talk about. I know we kind of hit the universities a little bit in program growth, but was there anything else, Sally, on the university update that we needed to?
Mr. Chair, not really, just a lot of colleges and universities are gonna go out this summer that have been tapped, so. There'll be jobs for everyone. You get a job.
All right. The next
Mr.
thing.
Chair?
Yes.
What college university, does that include the Ohio State?
I hope so.
The two that are being temped now?
Mr. Chair, yes.
Good.
The next thing I have on here, and it was, and I think originally we were supposed to have a call maybe at the beginning of January, but again, I think just scheduling and everything. I have Schaefer issues update, and I don't know if we have any updates on what's happening with Schaefer.
Sure, Mr. Chair. So Schaefer, and yes, we need to, and again, I think I dropped the ball on this. Is it with just the leadership, you and Annette, or do we want to invite them to our next meeting here? Or, I mean, you guys can think about it.
Well, I'm going to give you an honest answer, Christy. Anytime we have them here, they come in and try and do a sales pitch. But they're still welcome to attend, you know. But I'm going to be honest, they come to this meeting, they're probably not going to like some of the stuff. I mean, I don't think they like some of the stuff they heard when Annette and I were on the phone with them.
So they have they've changed their systems, both in a new accounting system in the last couple of weeks and a new system that they're employing for the ticket system. We're also communicating more regularly with them when there are any issues. We're not waiting, we're just sending them the issues. And it's not fixed, it's a work in progress. I don't know, Sally, Amy, if you want to add.
I do, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I don't know if I copied you on this, Christy, but there was a billing dispute I had, and I sent it back, and within minutes, it went to a supervisor. A couple minutes later, it went to a vice president, and then I got a response, and they said credit it. And it's like, wow.
Okay.
And it was right after you had that meeting with them. I was so impressed. It's like, yes, finally.
Yeah.
But you worked on it for weeks.
But I only sent one email,
Right.
and that's never happened before. So I
Yeah.
think they definitely heard you.
And just to clarify, was that the meeting in January you had discussed earlier?
No, there was a meeting in November. Is that the one you're referring to?
Is that the one you're referring to?
Because Frank and Annette were on the phone with them, and I think we wanted a follow-up.
We did.
We met.
with
You met
Chuck.
with
Just
Chuck.
Right. You and I met with Chuck, but we were gonna have a follow-up with Frank and Annette. And I don't know if that was actually scheduled, or I was supposed to schedule it, I think maybe February 4th. I will look into that, and I will absolutely schedule that.
Okay.
And I ask, again, I ask operators, I'm asking staff every week, when there are specific issues, I need to be made aware quickly, so then I immediately send it on to Schaefer. Because I think that that's also part of the issue is, historically, we wait until everything percolates, and then we're like, everything, the train's off the rails. And there was an issue with Roger Hall.
Dan Hall.
I get them all mixed up.
A lot of Hall Road.
There we go, all the halls here.
And we sent that complaint to them, like, this isn't right. So,
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Gary.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think it's great that we're working on this, and I think it's great that, Cynthia mentioned that she, identified an issue and it was taken care of, and that's great. And it's good that Schaefer's adjusting their systems. I think it's more important that we as a program have a more vigorous system in place that allows us to recognize that we're not just by anecdote discovering that there's an issue, but rather that we're identifying as many as possible across the board because we have a system in place that allows it. And that will involve the operators and the consultants and management. There needs to be a process that from the time a ticket opens to the time a ticket's paid, that everybody involved can verify what's actually happened. And if there's additional things that go on, that there needs to be a variance in the system for that to account for, is that something, you guys all get the idea. But we can't do it anecdotally. We have to have a vigorous, rigorous system in place to ensure that we're catching all this stuff, because there's a lot of money to be had here. We've overpaid easily tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on repair and storage and moving across the board for years. And that needs to stop now that our funds are even more precious to us than they ever have been. We're no longer, and will never again in our lifetimes, be in a position where we used to be, where it didn't matter what we did with our money because we had a bottomless pit of money to play in. We don't have that anymore, and we're not going to have it again anytime soon. So we've got to start pinching pennies everywhere. Not just pinching pennies, but making sure we're being good stewards of our pennies. We'll get to other stuff later. Please, let's do that. It's our second biggest expense as a program, and one where we can take control of the waste and misappropriation and everything else of our funds that goes on, and has been going on for years.
And we did, like Christy and Sally have alluded to, we did a call in November. Christy, Sally, Annette and I were on that call. And I don't remember who was on there from Schaefer. Was there more than one person? I'm sorry. I know there was one person on there, but I never remember the guy's name. But anyway, either the next day or the next week, right after that call, I know Sally told me they had a problem right out of the gate. I'm like, oh dear God. Anyway, hopefully it will improve. It has to improve. It can't stay the way it can't keep going the way it is. We have to get like Derek just alluded to, for financial reasons, but other reasons too. We need equipment fixed. We want it fixed. Hopefully, trying to get it as much as possible, get it fixed right the first trip that they come out to fix it on.
Good luck with that.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
They were also going to do a system they were talking about where there was going to be like an app or email or something, some electronic thing, where operators could see the tickets and see the repair orders. And I think that would be helpful to operate, because right now you get the folded up, crumpled up paper stuffed in a coin box somewhere that drivers or nobody can read, let alone the blind guys. So it'd be nice if we could actually see what they do and have that documentation.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chair, I agree with Annette, and that's part of what should become the new rigorous process. But more importantly, I think there needs to be follow-up. For example, maybe a consultant could, once a ticket's created and then the service call occurs, perhaps there could be a follow-up call from the consultant that initiated the ticket with the operator for whom it was called, and the discussion immediately, was what you requested, was it taken care of? And then we know, and they can discuss what was on the ticket and verify that what happened was supposed to happen. And then if there's a follow, I hope you all get the idea, but it can't just be, it's available and maybe operators will go look and check out the documentation. There needs to be a follow-up with everybody along the way to ensure that we're paying what we're supposed to pay, and not more. And that the service that's supposed to be done is getting done, and because the service is just as important, because that costs us money too.
Yes.
When we're down, I mean, when operators, businesses are down for lengthy periods of time unnecessarily because you get fixed right the first time or whatever, or written on parts or whatever, we need to find systems to fix those issues too, because that translates to less service charge coming in and operators' income being decreased as well. All unacceptable.
Mr. Chair, this is Dwayne.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what, Derek was just saying there, but, a lot of this is gonna probably fall upon the operators to, follow up on this, because the operators know what's broken, they know, if it got fixed, and they know that, if we're getting overcharged for something that we didn't ask for or whatever, or, they have to come back out and, readdress something that they just fixed, 2 weeks ago, if we're getting charged again for it. So I think a lot of that's just gonna fall, upon the operator, but, to have a system in place, you'd have to have a way to check off and say, yeah, I agree with what they're doing here.
Well, Dwayne, to come back out 2 weeks later, unless there's something we did on the vendor side or on the operator side, if it's the exact same problem, it should be, I think there's supposed to be a 30-day warranty.
Yeah, I know that, but I don't think that always happens. I think that you get billed the second time and then sometimes the third time on something that they should have.
Oh, I know that.
They'll come back out and say, well, something else was wrong. And
Yeah, that's hard to, it's hard to document, hard to make a case for. But I hear what you're saying. Believe me, I've seen it. I've seen them do crazy stuff, and I'm like, well, why did they do that? That makes no sense. But all we can do is keep an eye on it, keep the consultants informed. Hopefully the consultants are watching. I think they're watching too more now than they used to. Say, okay, this wasn't fixed right. They're gonna have to come back and fix it. The other issue we have on our side is sometimes, the original issue didn't get fixed, and by the time we realize, okay, the original issue wasn't fixed, and now the original issue's caused something else to go wrong with the machine. Well, then Schaefer has the ability to say, well, yeah, but we had to fix problem 2, so, that's not under warranty. Anyway, I'm just putting it out there, and I understand what you're saying. All we can do is try and document it and keep track of it and keep in touch with our consultants, provide them with as much information as we can get to them as quick as we can get it to them so that they have an idea of what happened or what didn't happen.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
where are we at with the idea of spare parts?
There's an agenda item coming up, Dave, and that agenda item's going to give you probably an answer none of us are gonna like about that, so, we're gonna talk about that in just a little while, not specifically to spare parts, but how money can and can't be spent. So we'll get into that in a little while. Anything else on Schaefer? All right.
We never like it when Mr. Chair goes, oh.
Yeah, all right. Next agenda item, and I broke this up into 2 different issues because I believe they are 2 different issues. So let's tackle the first one first on the agenda, University of Cincinnati issues. The first one I have listed is the 10% discount on Bearcat card purchases. I know that we talked about this back in November. I do know that I believe management you guys sent a letter to UC, correct? Or communicated with them at some point, asking them to turn this off or to remove this discount, something along those lines. And then I know that I had seen the communication between Dave and Sally, in which Dave had questioned it, and Sally responded. She said, well, we are trying to get them to turn it off. The problem is UC saying it's not that simple. They don't exactly know how to get it turned off, or they don't know how to distinguish between machines. And I guess I could see that, but on the other side of that, well, they got it turned on somehow. So anyway, I wanted to go ahead.
Sorry. It's actually the card processor NIAX that has this coding that they can't figure out. So it's not actually UC themselves that can't get it turned off. It's apparently the card processor.
Mr. Chair. Yeah. If commissions are illegal, this 10% discount that was initiated by UC is just as illegal. I've heard it said multiple times, they're not charging us any processing fees. Any type of discount that's being taken out of our money is effectively a fee. And it's just as illegal. Sending them a cease and desist letter because it's against the law seems like the most logical thing to do. So why the recommendation wasn't adopted in November is beyond me. We're almost into February now. And it's still going on. And it's been
Mr. Chair. Hang on. Hang on.
I wasn't finished.
Hey, wait. No, Dave. Okay, we're gonna do this in order. Dave, you still have the floor, but Annette and Derek are next, and we will get to everybody. I will get to everybody.
This one possible solution to this is, since UC initiated this and they're trying to hide behind NIAX not being able to distinguish between machines and turn it off, then UC should just pay us the 10% that they're taking out.
Are you done for now?
Yeah, for now, that's fine.
All right, I believe Annette was next.
I was just gonna say that this is no different than if somebody at UC was breaking into the machine and stealing the money right out of the dollar bill assessor. It is theft, there's no other word for it. Yeah, it's a clerical error type theft possibly, but it's still theft. And it needs to stop. If we had somebody there on campus who was going into the machine, somehow finagled a key, and was going into the machine and stealing money out of the dollar bill acceptor, I would think we would all be stopping it and everyone would be horrified over it. No one seems to be horrified over this except for the operators that's being affected by it and our committee members. The Bureau, sadly enough, doesn't appear to be that horrified by it. They're saying that it's UC's, it's blaming NIAX is saying we can't do it. UC told NIAX to do this from the beginning, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong. UC is completely to blame. They are the ones that's profiting from this at the expense of our operators. It needs to stop, and if they're not going to get a cease and desist letter and stop it, then someone needs to call the highway patrol or something over it. I mean, I'm sorry, but they're being stolen from. There's nothing in an agreement. There's nothing in VGA, in the law. There's nothing anywhere that allows this to happen. It's theft. No other word for it than theft.
Derek.
Well, I'm intimidated. I think it just scared the crap out of me. So this wasn't ever contractual, right? This is something that UC initiated, and it wasn't ever contractual, so it should never have been going on, and it needs to stop. You guys have asked them to stop it, and they agree that it should be stopped. Is that correct? I mean, they've agreed that we aren't supposed to be doing this, and we're not going to continue to do this. They just haven't found a way yet to stop it from happening. Is that
Mr. Chair, correct. And Demi, if you wanted, whenever you're done, Demi does have.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure I understand. You have talked to them, and they do agree. You're right, we shouldn't have been doing this, and we're not going to continue to do it, but right now we're having trouble getting it stopped. Now, the next question is, if this was done, if that's the case for all of this, all of the money that was ever taken needs to be returned to the operators. Are you guys having that discussion as well, to let them know that you were never entitled to that money, and it needs to go back to the operators, or somebody's gonna take legal action? And I wanted to caution earlier, us as a committee, trying to state legally how an action by the Bureau should occur. We should never be telling them, you need to send a cease and desist letter, unless we have particular knowledge that that's the way to proceed. But anyway, we're not lawyers, and we can't determine what's the appropriate way to legally respond to stuff. But we can say, we want this stopped, and we know this is illegal, and there better be reparations. How that is accomplished, that's up to the attorneys and the management. But is that on the table? Are you guys going to have a conversation with them? You took money from people that you shouldn't have taken it from, and were unlawfully enriched, and it needs to go back where it came from. That's my biggest concern. I'm glad they've agreed they can't do it anymore. But once it's stopped, everything that was taken needs to go back where it belongs.
Mr. Chair, wait a second. Get my name in there.
Mr. Chair, this is Dimitri Johnson from OOD. Thanks for those comments, Derek. So just so everyone's aware, myself and our chief legal do have an appointment with the legal counsel at UC next week, Friday. So we'll have more updates after that, but I won't rehash everything everyone's already said, but they are aware that we don't want this to happen or to continue. One of the things that we're working on in regards to, we'll call them damages, is that I have asked the BE staff to get records of what was taken. My understanding is that what's coming from UC is kind of convoluted, so we would like the operators who were harmed to provide documentation of what was lost, so that when we go to them seeking out these damages, if you will, or a refund, however you want to call it, we have exact numbers and we can have them back. And this is a personal thing, this isn't legal advice. I would prefer it to come from the person who the money was taken from, rather than trusting the documentation from another party, which is why we asked for that. But if that's up to the operators, if they want to provide that, they don't have to. But that's one of the pieces on the table that we've been discussing, is how do we prove harm? We know it's happened, but how much and who was taken from which machines and all of that we need to figure out. So anyway, we are from the legal team. I can't speak for the bureaus what all's been said, but I know that they've had many discussions with UC, and yes, there has been a lot of back and forth with this NIAX company and with UC and that. But from a legal standpoint, the legal team will be meeting next week. We will be having a conversation about timelines and the damages and things like that. So I think what would be really helpful is, and I apologize, I don't know the names of the affected operators, but if you can provide any sort of documentation, I don't know personally like what is available or what records we can kind of get together, but that would be really helpful for me to go into a room and say, hey, this operator was missing X amount of money from this time to this time while this was going on. This is what we would like to talk about getting refunded. So that's just a very high level overview of what's being done, what's the forward trajectory. I can't make any promises, but I do know that from an advocacy standpoint, that's what my position is, what the legal team's position is to go in there and have a frank discussion about when is this going to stop, how can we get it to stop, and let's talk about this discount and how it's affected the operators and how we can make some recompense there.
So, Dimitri, I just have a follow-up question. That is, from what you said, if I understood correctly, you guys do have a timeline that you're trying to look at that you would like. I mean, of course, everybody would like it stopped sooner rather than later, of course, but you guys do have a timeline in mind to try and get them to figure out some way to, pay it back, number one, but maybe go side by side, number one, and stop taking the money. Am I correct?
Mr. Chair, yes. Personally, I would like it, the timeline is as soon as possible, but we want to try at least to get them to commit to some real hard deadlines. Because as it was noted by another member earlier, it has gone on for a while, and we want to make sure it's not an indefinite issue. So we'll have more to report after we talk with their legal counsel at UC next Friday. And I don't know if that's just going to be an email or if you guys want to set up a call or however you want to do that. But we'll send updates about what was discussed, what's the plan going forward, and if the committee or any of the affected operators want to have follow-up discussions, I'm more than happy to accommodate that and do whatever needs to be done to kind of help this issue resolve.
All right, thank you. Dave?
Okay, so my guess is the 10% discount has been going on since we installed those readers. And, excuse me, we wouldn't even know about this except for all of the operators down there requested a meeting with UC. And Brian Crace that works for UC inadvertently told us in that meeting that there was a 10% discount being applied to all of our stack machines because they weren't able to distinguish between their pop machines and our snack machines because NIAX wasn't. So they just applied it to everything. And according to Brian, in that meeting, Sally and Christy had agreed to this already. And we were all like, no way, why, how would that happen? And it came back later that supposedly they didn't agree, but very little has been done to put a stop to it at this point. So, and not to mention, I feel like he would have no reason to lie about that since he probably didn't mean to tell us. And they do have a lot of communication with UC, and there's apparently a lot they don't tell us about those communications. And I kind of feel like allowing that to continue, even for as long as it has, and allowing it to continue longer.
Mr. Chair.
Hang on, I wasn't finished.
Dave.
Everybody
stop. Just take 10 seconds. Everybody cool off. And I don't want people on this committee arguing with each other. Jared, you will be next. Dave, Penny.
I find it, I need to, like, can I address my public comment here? Because this all kind of goes together.
Let's because we're going to do the other issue in just a minute. So I don't know if it ties into this one, but we'll do it. Let's finish this issue. If you're, we will get to your public. We'll do the public comment in just are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Gary.
I guess first I want to clarify, if somebody asks for the floor while somebody else is speaking, they're only asking for the floor, and I don't expect to be recognized until the person's done speaking, but it is appropriate for somebody to ask for the floor at any given time. So Dave, I apologize, I wasn't trying to say, I want the floor, shut Dave up. I was trying to say, I'd like the floor next, and just so we're clear about that. And I do want to say, I would hate to see us go down the road of blaming this entirely on the Bureau. Clearly, UC are bad actors in this, above and beyond everybody else. They're the ones in initiative. And I don't believe for one second that Sally and Christy agreed to this, because if they had, it would be in writing somewhere. If they agreed to it verbally, it doesn't matter. If it was agreed to in writing, that would exist somewhere, and if you're not confident in that, Dave, do a public records request for emails between them, and maybe we should all do that anyway.
We should.
But I hate saying that about them without it being in writing, without any demonstration of fact. And I will agree that the Bureau doesn't always negotiate the best with people for various reasons, but I don't think it's right to outright accuse people of things that aren't documented in this case. Anyway, this is a horrible, horrible situation, and I'm confident that it's going to be remedied. And I really do hope that the Bureau and the legal representatives are going to help ensure that everybody that was affected gets recompensed for what was taken from them, one way or the other. Sorry, too long-winded on that one.
I'm just gonna say, I agree with Derek. I don't think for a minute that Christie and Sally agreed to let this happen. I absolutely don't believe they went down that road. But I do say where the Bureau is to blame for that, it's not having the expediency in getting it dealt with. That is on their shoulders. Yeah, UC did this, and they probably did it without people knowing about it until it inadvertently came up in the meeting. But the minute that happened, the Bureau should have been, all over them to get this to stop and say, we will not tolerate our operators being stolen from. And, I mean, here we are getting toward the end of January. Dave, when was that meeting you had? You remember?
I believe that was in November.
Okay, so 2 months plus, and we're still, and they're saying, well, we have a meeting next week, and we're gonna try and get a timeline, which I appreciate the attorney saying that, but there doesn't seem to be any sense of urgency with this. And in the meantime, our operators are losing money and our program's losing money. There needs to be urgency with this, and that is where the Bureau is to blame for it.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So, like, my public comment kind of is based partly around this. Okay?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Dave, why didn't you make your public comment earlier instead of saying, or you were reserving your public comment? You weren't saying,
for this,
I'll have a
because
discussion
it was-
later. You were saying, I'd like to reserve my public comment for.
Yeah, that's what you.
Okay, gotcha. I apologize.
All right, if you want to do it now.
Okay, so.
Hold on, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Someone else wants to speak.
Well, they're gonna.
Dave has the
Dave has.
After Dave's done.
So what we had 2 calls this past week, one on Tuesday and one on Wednesday, with the UC operators and PD management regarding the Farmer's Bridge situation, which happened. I mean, Farmer's Bridge originated, what was it, like September somewhere? Mr. Chair, I don't remember exactly. Was it September, October?
Somewhere in there.
As far as I understand, we didn't have a lot of this information prior to Tuesday's phone call, and we really didn't get it in Tuesday's phone call. Apparently, another operator at UC requested all of the communications between the Bureau and UC. And we didn't really make much progress in the call on Tuesday. But on Wednesday, there was a lot more information that the Farmer's Bridge program is being run by Aramark. And they are literally moving our machines out of the way to make room for these Farmer Bridge machines. And the consultant was directed to agree to move the machines that have priority to be there, in favor of these Farmer Bridge machines, which don't have priority, that Aramark is running. And what we found out on the call on Wednesday, Aramark's gonna get a 10% commission from these machines. And based on apparently an audio conversation that we found, or that we were made aware of, with the chair and the local rep, Sally waived the Farmer's Bridge program to UC. Now, the implications of that are they're harsh. Now, it's not, they're Sally machines, they're not gonna generate a lot of money. And UC is likely still gonna work with us anyway, even though they technically have an email in writing that we waived it, but we never did. That was never, there's no email that I know of where we agreed to waive that. So I not only do I believe that the Bureau is not advocating for operators, they're not fighting for protecting our priority, and they're literally just giving it away with no input from the committee. And it was kind of implied on the phone call that that was a mistake. That's when you deliberately don't tell something like that to the people that need to know. That is not a mistake. We wouldn't even know about that except for the other operator requested the communication, so it was going to come out. I don't believe that would have ever been told to us because it wasn't told to us on Tuesday. And I just, it's appalling the way that they are representing our priority and not even bothering pursuing it. So to say that there's no evidence to suggest that they probably knew about the 10% discount, I don't believe that. I think they knew about it. Brian would have no reason to lie. He literally had nothing to gain. He probably inadvertently told us about it to begin with. I think the communications between UC and the Bureau needed to be much more closely monitored. And I've already insisted that we get to be involved in these communications from now on because they're making terrible decisions that drastically affect us.
All right. We have someone else. John, you had someone else on there who wanted to speak?
Yeah, I'm not sure it was, huh?
Who was that?
Yes, it's operator. It's operator Seth Ryan. I'd like to speak
Seth?
to the UC issue.
Go ahead, Seth.
I'm sorry, was that go ahead?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, just a point of fact, I believe it was either Sal or Christie stated UC is stating that they have no way of knowing how much money is being taken from it. The NIAC system has separate accounts for all of the UC operators, and on those accounts, each transaction is separated by machine, which is per card reader. So, in all actuality, UC and NIAC know exactly what is purchased, where it's purchased from, and by which machine. So to say that they cannot separate it out is misleading at best or a lie at worst. So for the lawyers going into the meeting on this Friday, yes, they do have that information. They have that information available. So that's the point I would like to make, that UC does in fact know how much each of the operators, each transaction, how much the transactions are for, and which machines they're on.
Okay, Seth, is that everything?
Yes, on the 10%.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Is that a public comment?
Yeah.
It is. Okay.
Okay.
I want to add something about the Bureau waiving something the committee had no input on. It was implied that it was Sally's understanding from a phone call that it was going to be waived. So she just waived it with no abandoning any previous behaviors and getting confirmation and emails and things like that. Because none of that happened. That's, I can't imagine anybody wanting that to continue or to ever happen again. And in the early 1990s, something similar happened at UC where someone in the Bureau waived all of the beverages. And over the last roughly 3 decades, that's probably cost us millions in sales. Now this, again, the repercussions of this are going to be fairly small because it's salad machine. But what if there was a lot more money on the line and we'd have to wait another nearly 3 decades to get something that was waived inappropriately.
I think it was Derek.
We need to have a conversation about what Dave's talking about in general, about, I intended to have a conversation later to talk about what gets waived and what's entitled to be waived and what all that means and what a priority means, and what suitable site on a property means and all of that. That's a discussion I'll save for later. I want to just, Sally, you and I had a conversation. Can I discuss that conversation? Sure. Sally called me concerned about this earlier in the week. She was very upset that this had happened, and she took responsibility, at least with me, to say, I must have misunderstood what they meant, and I had even suggested, I said, well, isn't there an email trail? And she said, no, there isn't, and I just, she's beside herself. She knows that decision should have been in writing with you guys, and et cetera, and she knows not to do that anymore, but she genuinely misunderstood, I believe, conversations that were held with the local committee, and there is no real harm because UC is going to address the issue despite the fact that there's written confirmation otherwise, and I just wanted to say that. But we do need, Dave's right, in that we do need to have better conversations about how things do get waived and what's suitable to waive and all of those. I have problems with what's going on. I don't think we should, there's real problems with what is being waived and what isn't and how it happens and all of that. We can talk about that later. But I do want to make sure that it's clear that Sally believes she made a mistake, and I believe Sally made a mistake, and we shouldn't make it more than that. And I bet it won't happen again anytime soon. The mistake of not getting a discussion in writing that's important to have in writing.
Thank you.
Annette.
Actually, I was going to go kind of, not to the extreme extent that Derek was, but I kind of wanted to hear how everything came. It's important, Sally's name's been tossed around that she did this, and I kind of wanted to hear how all of it came to be, and it sounds like there was an error made. And I was just curious about how all that, kind of an update. I didn't get a call on that, how all this happened, and I said that we were hearing that it had been waived and all that, but now it sounds like that there was an error, that there was some misunderstanding there, so I kind of get it a little more.
Mr. Chair.
That's all I was going to say.
Dave. Well, Derek said earlier about something different. An audio call means nothing if you don't have it in writing. But we have the two people in question here. I know I was never on any kind of phone call where I would have even remotely suggested us waiving it. They're vending machines. We are the vending service provider. We can't be moving our priority machines out of the way to make room for somebody else's machines that doesn't have priority. That's terrible. And she felt so bad about it, she called another operator to be her advocate at the meeting.
Mr. Chair.
Just as it's underhanded. But the phone call was with you. Did you ever suggest on a phone call that we waive it?
We had conversations. We had conversations about the meal plan and about the meal plan and how difficult that was going, how, for everybody's clarification, apparently at UC, there's something with the meal plan. The meal plan's different than standard Bearcat swipes, and I know Sally and I probably talked about that on a couple different occasions. I don't believe I said waive it. I may have said something about eventually we might have to figure out what we're going to do here, whether that's waive it or do something else. I'm going to be honest, I don't remember. I know we've had conversations like that, probably when dealing with other stuff as well, but I don't remember a specific conversation where her and I, it was probably just in a general conversation, but I don't think I said waive it. I sent her an email in October saying, because UC had put us on a deadline, which I thought was ridiculous. They wanted an answer by such and such date. They gave us, I can't remember what it was. It was 7 or 10 days. So I responded to that at the end of that, or close to the end of that 7, 10 days and said, no, we cannot waive this. Because we were waiting for information, we never really got the info. Sally didn't get the information she needed, I never got it, Dave never got it. And that was on UC's part and on Farmers Ridge's part. Because there were phone calls made, people trying to get this information. And what we're talking about now with Farmers Ridge, after having those meetings, on Tuesday, David said we met, and that's what I was gonna start this conversation off differently. I was gonna say we did meet. Seth Ryan asked for that phone call. When, he asked me as his representative to set it up. I told him, because he wanted to talk to Christy and Sally, because I said, well, they're the ones. His question was, who ultimately makes the decisions? Who told UC they could move machines, or who said yes, or who said no, or who did what? And I said, well, you're gonna need to talk to our area manager and our program manager. And we talked for a little bit, and I told him, I said, I'll send an email, I'll request a call, I'll ask them to expedite the call, and told them in that email that we should try and do it Tuesday. They did do that, we got that call done on Tuesday. Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth on their call. I think there was information that none of us had. Christy and Sally, and I believe Tanya, from what they told us on Wednesday, had went back and met with UC on Wednesday and got more information. When they came on the call, when we were on the call Wednesday afternoon, Christy told us they talked to Katie that, and that's what we had told Christy, that we highly suspected on Tuesday, and Sally, that if Aeromark's involved in this and Farmers Ridge, and it's a partnership with Aeromark and Farmers Ridge, that Aeromark's probably getting money from Farmers Ridge. And on Wednesday, Christy and Sally, they had talked to Katie, and Katie confirmed, yeah, they're getting 10%. I don't remember, Christy, if they told you if it was 10% or sales or not, but I know it was 10%. We didn't know of what or how they were doing that, but they're getting 10%. And that's what we had said on Tuesday. If there was a commission involved, it should be going to our operators. And we talked a lot on Tuesday and on Wednesday about, yes, it's UC's buildings, and we're on state property, we have priority, but we did not want, and this was a red line for me even, and I hadn't shared that with anybody and everybody who would listen from the beginning, because they wanted to move the operator in question, Seth Ryan, they wanted to move his snack machine on the second floor, which is in a high traffic area. They wanted to move it to the first floor where he already has a snack machine that only does $4 a month. And so my question was, hey, we have priority here. They can't just go in and move our snack machine to make room for a private sector company. And then when we found out, hey, there is when management, and that was something Sally and Dave and I were told from the beginning, when Sally had asked those questions, that there was no commission, that Farmers Ridge didn't pay commission. Didn't sound right then, but you have to go with the information you have at the time. Anyway, and Sally did apologize to me on Wednesday and say that if she misunderstood that conversation, that she apologized, and she said it was on her. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking now and let other people talk. Annette, go ahead.
I was just going to say, okay, we know that it sounds like an error was made, and there's no point in continuing to beat that up, other than if we need to work on something, keep that, like Derek said, talk about how we do about waiving things and make sure that there is no error made. So what do we do moving forward? That's what, we need to know what the plan is. Are these machines just here to stay, or are we going to do something to,
I believe, and Sally and Christy, or one of them or both of them can chime in on this, I believe the plan is to get a hold of Farmers Ridge, get a sales rep or get somebody from Farmers Ridge, get a meeting set up with that person, with management, with the operators, and see what we need to do to get this, if the operators need to sign individual contracts, which is probably where it needs to go. I think Christy said that's probably how it would have to work. And then they would be getting the 10% commission. Like I said earlier, I don't know how Farmers Ridge usually have that structure, or Aeromark, I'm sorry. But anyway, they did work on it. We're trying to get it corrected, and yeah, it sounds like Farmers Ridge is going to be there at least for a little bit until they don't make any money, and probably, maybe they will, maybe they won't, I don't know, but I think they'll eventually pull out.
Suppose our operators are the ones getting the money, and our operators are the ones agreeing to those contracts. That's the important thing.
There is one other thing I want to throw out to the
Why we
committee.
have a machine that only does $4 a month, so
Yeah.
anywhere, but other than that.
Well, there is one other thing. The operators have asked, I guess the consultant and some management, I don't know who else involved in those calls, they do a monthly call, and the UC operators have requested to be a part of those calls, and I think that's a great idea. I hope we're able to make that happen. I hope that will help improve communication. I will say, Seth ran into an issue where he had a machine it was on a list, and Sally and I both seen the list back in October, but it said still confirming. Well, to me, that means checking into. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. Then on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, Seth called me and his Digital Futures building. He goes, Frank, I'm standing in front of a Farmer's Bridge machine in Digital Futures, and no one even told me this one was coming. Well, no one told him because none of us knew. So we have communication issues with University of Cincinnati. They've always been there. Sometimes they improve for a few months or 6 months, and then they seem to revert back to just problems. And Christy said that on our call on Tuesday and Wednesday, that there's major communications issues there, and there is. All we can try and do for our program is internally is make ours as good as we can and strengthen those. Sally, Christy, did I describe everything about the plan to move forward with Farmers Bridge correctly?
Mr. Chair, yes.
And the only other thing I will say, one thing Sally and Christy both noted, since there was some confusion over confusion or whatever there was, misunderstanding or something over whether something was waived or not. Sally and Christy both said in the future they will get it in writing. Well, I agree with that. That's a good idea. It's the same thing we do with selections, so there's no reason why we shouldn't do it when something's being waived as well, so that everybody's clear and on the same page.
But, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
anytime we waive something, it requires email confirmation in the past, anytime we've waived something. And again, we likely would not even know about this had the public records request not been initiated. That was gonna come out. And I feel like there was a lot of deception in it.
Mr. Chair.
Involved in this. Well, actually, he technically was for me.
Oh, I didn't know that. So
No, it's all right, everybody, it's fine. So,
Correct.
thank you. So, okay. Sally said, it was a mistake, a misunderstanding. She admitted to it. As soon as there was a problem that we realized, Sally has gotten to work on it, trying to fix it. People make mistakes, not happy that it happened, but it happened. What I will say is, I don't know why we continue. I don't know if you've gotten your pound of flesh out of her yet or not. But, Sally doesn't lie. It was a mistake that was made, and to continue to insinuate that she's done something nefarious, she's trying to correct it. She admitted to it. She didn't try to hide it when she found out. She's trying to get a solution. And I think it's unfair to sit here and to continue to disparage her in that way. I would appreciate we keep it professional. I get you have your opinion, but I would hate to see if somebody else made a mistake, one of the operators. I don't think everybody would be happy if we sat here and continued for a half an hour saying, no, I don't believe what they're saying. I think they're lying. I think they're deceptive. I think they're, it's just, she works hard. She admitted, she said, obviously I misunderstood the conversation, and is working to fix it and getting to a solution. So I think, and I appreciate the groups getting together and talking through it. I agree with Derek and Frank and everybody else, and I said the same thing. We're gonna always make sure these things are in writing moving forward. There's a lot of them that come out, there's a machine here or there's a machine there. There's a lot of these discussions. So I said we need to have a process where these get into writing so that we do have it documented so we don't have this issue come up anymore. I agree having the operators available if they want to get on those monthly calls, absolutely. I think Christy's mentioned it. before. You know, we're on a lot of colleges and universities. UC is the one that we seem to have these problems with. So I think the more that all the parties are involved or in all those same conversations, the better those will go, and hopefully we can eliminate the miscommunications on our end and not have creation of our own problems, and we can keep focusing on UC and holding them accountable and holding their feet to the fire on the things that we need them to take care of.
Mr. Chair.
Dave.
I don't believe I was unprofessional at any point.
Yes, you were.
So that insinuation is just as bad as bringing up what somebody did.
Mr. Chair, we need to move
Hang
on.
on. So I'm going to add one more thing. The reason why I put Farmers Ridge and BEP priority on here was to talk about this. I put it on there over the weekend because I didn't know what was going to happen on Tuesday and Wednesday. But it was my belief that Farmers Ridge, and once I found out that Aeromark was getting a commission, and I even thought that before that, letting them come in there and do vending was a priority issue. Meaning, you know, if we had allowed that, that could cause us problems at other universities across the state. And I have been concerned about that from the beginning. And, you know, once we found out Aeromark was, you know, in a partnership or something, that this could cause, you know, could put our priority in jeopardy, not only at UC, but at other universities. And that was, yeah, part of it, that was one part of it. The other part of it was to, you know, if we still needed to talk through, but we did talk, we did have the calls, and we'll do more calls if we need to with management and with the operators at UC. And I hope management will commit to do that. I know OVRC locally will commit to do that. I think, at least for the moment, I think we've taken this about as far as it can go discussion-wise. I do have another discussion that's going to be the next item on the agenda is, and I want to make this clear, this isn't BEP management doing this. This is a directive from RSA, which is Rehabilitation Services Commission, and this involves under $1,000 purchases. And it's been going on, and Annette can correct me if I'm wrong. It's been going on for about 3 years in Louisiana.
Yep.
And they're just, you know, they just recently are starting to get to everybody across the country. I don't like it. I don't think management likes it. I think it can cause problems from some of our smaller facilities. Christy, I guess you want to tackle that, or?
Mr. Chair, sure. So, I think this came a couple years ago. I'm not going to try to get too much in the weeds, about pre-approval and $5,000. And then from there, no one knew that this was an issue at all, but RSA came out with a, I don't even think it was a tax, something this summer saying that anything under $1,000 is not considered equipment. It is considered a supply, and we are not allowed to use service charge dollars to purchase anything under $1,000 that for the first 6 months of a new business. But that is on the operator. I remember being on a couple different calls with other BEP directors throughout the country. I believe the California guy said, you're going to bankrupt operators, and why didn't anyone talk to us? And this is not fair. And I, you know, like some of the things that were mentioned, credit card readers, and it was by unit. They were specific by unit. And I said, okay, if a compressor goes down on a machine, that's a maintenance and repair. And I view a credit card going down and us replacing that, that is the same. And they said, yes, that is the same. Okay, great. And we did do a report on like what we paid, and I think it's on the big book too that you guys got, how much items we purchased last year. But again, it was coming out of a pandemic. It wasn't much. But if you think about it, carts, microwaves, locks, all of those things are under $1,000. And what RSA is saying is we cannot use service charge or match dollars to pay for those things. And So there's still a lot of questions. Okay, like if you go, John, if you go and buy a cart, and then when you leave that facility, what happens to that cart? Do you bring it with you? Do you try to sell it back to the SLA? And I don't have all those answers right now. I will tell you that yesterday, Terry Smith came out, and we're getting out Upward Mobility. Blast is having a virtual conference with
Sage Grove.
No.
Or the NME,
Yes.
TNT. I
Right,
love the
yes.
way they put the words
February
together.
2nd, is that right?
Yeah.
Annette?
Yeah.
And David Steele, who is from RSA, and I'm quite shocked that he agreed, is going to be on there to take questions from operators, from SLA on this and try to explain their position. And they're saying that this is from their OVM. Again, we've talked to Maria, and I believe that, our position is if we can make anything part of maintenance and repair, then we can do that. But spare parts, that, things have to be maintenance and repair, malfunctioning, broken, like there's a lot to this. And again, this is not the SLAs at all. As Frank said, the SLAs are just as frustrated. I think that, RSA is hamstringing us, and I don't know, we have to, but at the same point, we can't ignore this. It's, they can come in and they can audit us. So, I don't know.
Mr. Chair.
Derek.
I guess my first question is, did something come in writing from RSA?
Yes.
Can we get copies? Can the committee get copies of that?
Yeah, that'd be good.
In the future, for future reference, it would have been helpful to have that in our hands before we had the discussion, so we can know exactly what it is we're talking about, because now I've got 100 questions that could have been answered if I'd have read the thing already before I got here, so that's going to lengthen the conversation. But, what's the nature and scope of the communication from RSA? Are they saying, you better do exactly what we've outlined in this document, or else we're going to take away your whatever?
Mr. Chair, so I can, on a high level, so in end of November, or early November, there's a twice-a-year conference for the state VR deputies or directors, and David Steele came, and this was a topic on the agenda, and once the pushback started from all the state directors saying, what are you doing? Like, it was a lot of the same things, like, we'll not be able to operate, and, and their answer kind of was, well, we thought we were doing you a favor, but this is how it's gonna be. It wasn't a very, and when we brought up, why didn't you talk to any of us? And it was, we thought this was the way to go. So it's a very top-down, this is what we're doing, take it or leave it. Now, NCSAB and CSAB are the two groups of the leadership of the VR agencies, are pushing back. They're asking RSA, explaining what the issues are. We'll see how that goes. I am shocked too that David Steele agreed to get on here to answer questions. I don't know if you've all worked or met or interacted with David Steele, but he'll answer, but he, I don't know if it'll be a very, he isn't swayed. He has very strong convictions, and when he decides something that he's very stuck in things. Not stuck, he rolls with it. So I think it's good to hear actually from operators or more people in the field and not just the state agency directors. Hopefully the groups can get this moved, but they haven't budged since this dropped a couple months ago.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, my goodness. That was a tie between that.
I was just
Derek
going to
was-
give a little history.
Go ahead.
This has been going on, like Frank kind of mentioned, in Louisiana for several years. What started that, I don't exactly know. I assume it was some kind of audit or a question or something. Well, Louisiana, even though they were grumpy about it, it kind of stayed hush-hush. It was one of those things that ignorance is bliss. I think nobody wanted it to really trickle out, and was hoping that Louisiana would deal with it and it would get over and done with. And now it's out, and this, Mr. Steele from RSA, he's been pretty adamant about it. I do know some, that like groups like NABM are trying hard to, they're partnering with NCASB and stuff to try and at least get some guidelines. If we can't get it overturned, at least get some questions answered and things like that, because it is. There were questions about credit card readers and all that. I'm happy everyone's taking a stand that that's a piece of equipment that needs fixed. It's like a coin mech or a DBA. It doesn't do anything when it's sitting outside of a vending machine. It's a part of the machine. So the groups are trying to go above and beyond RSA to the Department of Education, trying to get, hopefully, the whole process overturned, but if not overturned, at least get some guidance and some questions answered about it.
Derek.
I think Annette just answered my question. It doesn't sound like there's been, that in this written communication machine, that there's been any guidance as to what is meant by, are they just trying to differentiate between equipment and supplies? Is that what they're trying to do?
Mr. Chair, it's weird in that what everybody else would consider supplies, like cleaning supplies, something that has a shelf life or there's a set amount of something and then you use it up and you resupply yourself with it. It applies to anything, and that's the point that everybody has been trying to make, is that you've lumped equipment and things into supplies, and it doesn't make sense.
So they have enumerated things? They have specifically said?
No.
No,
they haven't.
No, but when you ask the question, it's a supply.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So somewhere, somehow, somebody communicated the idea that a cart isn't equipment.
So,
right?
Mr. Chair.
That's what I'm trying to do.
So, again, the way they communicated this was wonky too, RSA. Really wonky, because we had heard some stuff in the summer, something's coming. I'm going to send the Federal Register that lays this out. But again, then we were still told further communication coming. And then all of a sudden we hear from RSA, it's a done deal. And even with the Federal Register, there's supposed to be a comment period. Well, there wasn't even a comment period, or we were unaware of it. So, but what they're saying, I don't think in the Federal Register it says carts no, this no, but they have this $1,000 limit. So, anytime we, point of sales, I'm trying to think of other things we purchase. Totes is a big one.
You said totes.
No one said totes, they're under $1,000.
So they're just saying anything you purchase under
$1,000. Anything under $1,000.
Okay, why instead didn't they, I guess everybody didn't, and it's not for us to communicate. But, and they may be right. Maybe totes aren't something that we should be buying. I don't know. But certainly the better way to do it wasn't a dollar amount, because the better way to do it was to try to define what supplies and versus equipment are.
Mr. Chair?
Hang on a second, Annette.
Okay.
John.
So you probably can't answer this, but how is this going to affect the operators, like starting now, basically?
You're going to have to buy it.
So, Mr. Chair, again, we were waiting for, is more information coming, whatnot. We have purchased stuff under $1,000 since October, and this was, and this was supposed to start October. But that's why we've got it, we're in violation, we got it. We can't continue to ignore this information. So, and I don't know, again, if you guys can listen to Blast, and any more information that I get, I will immediately send out to you guys. Again, it's not much, I don't think things are gonna change. We're just gonna have to try to figure out how we're gonna do this. One way I thought of, again, we can talk about it. The unassigned state income, we take insurance out of it. You guys voted last year to match it. Maybe that bucket becomes, maybe we set aside some money there that we don't match, that we can use that now. Like, is there another bucket of money we can use for the under 1,000 to help operate? And again, we're gonna have, nothing's gonna be decided today, but trying to find solutions, because I don't think RSA is gonna walk back this.
Well, I'm gonna say I hope the advocacy groups can go in and get something accomplished. It sounds like it's gonna be a Herculean task, but they've taken them on before and been able to do it, so let's hope so.
NCSAB is writing the letter. I do know that. They are writing the letter.
Mr. Chair, what is NCISB?
That's what I was going to ask,
Yeah.
actually.
And that?
National Council?
Council for the agencies that serve the blind.
Oh.
Is it council or committee? It's council?
I think it's council.
Council.
Yeah, national council, it's agencies that serve the blind.
Agencies that serve the blind. What's
Yeah.
CSABR? I guess it'd be Council on State Vocational Rehabilitation?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one I don't know.
Council of State
They
Agencies for
gotta get
Vocation?
shorter acronyms and names.
Oh, wow, that one was pretty easy.
So are they two organizations that are like opposite each other? Or?
No.
One's VR, one's for blind.
Oh, okay.
One's for other disabilities, one's for blind.
Some states are like us combined, where both agencies are under one roof. Other states, the two agencies are two totally separate agencies. So there's two groups. A lot of people overlap, are part of both groups. Like Susan Pugh, who's over VR, I attend calls and stuff with CSABR with her. And she gets on stuff for NCSAB sometimes with blind, so.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Gary.
Well, I would like to suggest that, obviously you haven't tried yet to be in compliance with this, but if the Bureau starts to try to be in compliance with this, I hope that they would communicate with this committee in determining what might or might not be in compliance. I mean, and I don't mean to get agreement from us. I mean to get input from us, because we might have some ideas about arguments to make for things that could be considered equipment versus supplies and everything in terms of figuring out how we do stay in compliance with this. I'm just saying, we know as much or more about things as you guys do, and it's the more heads we have to figure out whether we should or shouldn't buy this or not to avoid getting in trouble, we can help with that.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, John.
I also feel this needs to be communicated to the rest of the operators.
It does.
Like soon.
Yeah.
'Cause-
Chrissy, I had a question. If we buy a machine, do we need to make sure we buy that machine with a card reader on it, or?
Mr. Chair, absolutely.
And
Okay.
Queen Mac and DPA.
Yep. All
Okay.
of it.
And a lock.
Fully loaded.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
With
And
options.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just like some additional language from RSA, is it's a tangible item that has a useful life of a year or longer, along with this dollar amount. So there's kind of like a 3-tier thing that RSA requires for it to be considered equipment. So like, they're not gonna consider like a microwave has a useful life more than a year. I mean, we know that from just how often we have to buy them, or totes or carts or anything like that. So just that's another, I guess,
They will-
aspect of
they-
this.
they
It's not
don't-
just a dollar
They don't-
amount.
So it's
they don't
or,
consider
it's-
microwave equipment,
okay.
correct?
Under
Right.
this stipulation, they do not, because it's
Well,
under
a microwave
$1,000.
has a microwave has a life of more than a year.
Definitely.
Hopefully.
So it has to be or, so it has, so it's not, it's an and instead of an or, it's over $1,000 and more than a year, correct?
Under.
It has to be a tangible piece of property that has a useful life of more than a year.
Of more than a year.
Or longer.
Year or
So
longer.
how is the microwave not included in that, since I've had microwaves for 7 years?
It's under.
Me too.
It's under $1,000.
Oh, under 1,000.
Five
Or
nights
more.
a microwave.
I guess I'm not, they're not getting it.
Chair, I want to reiterate, I really want this in writing. I mean, I don't want it right. I want this information. This, please, in the future, send things like this to the committee ahead of time. This would greatly aid the conversation.
I agree.
Christie, just for Chris Saban's clarification, this is purchases under $1,000, correct? Or is it 1,000 and under, or something like that? Just for the minutes, so he can.
1,000 and under inclusive?
To equal or exceed the lesser of $1,000.
Okay.
What the heck does that mean?
Equal or exceed The lesser of $1,000 and what?
Well, clear as mud.
Okay, so 1,000 inclusive.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, great.
So, and to Derek, yeah, we will send it out. I think we had
Okay.
some assumptions, and this is where we've got to make sure we're all communicating. We weren't sure, we thought with the net being on the group that you guys were more aware of what was going on, but when we get these things, we'll make sure we just, instead of assuming we're going to, we want to get to the point where you guys are like, stop sending this stuff, we've already gotten it, so.
I'm sending you the Federal
Yeah.
Register right now.
Right.
Good, I need some sleep tonight.
Me too.
Yeah.
Well, like I told everybody, and that's one thing, and you know, that does put operators who do know how to put spare parts on and would like to have them and utilize them, that kind of, you know, shoots that down too.
Yeah,
That's,
sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Another question I have, so this specifically relates to set aside and federal match dollars, not one or the other.
Correct.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair,
John.
all the stuff that we buy then is ours that we take it with us if we go to another facility then, correct? I would.
Yeah.
I paid for it. Why should I give it to you guys?
Haul it to another.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to-
Well, I'm going to ask this question before we move on to the next topic. Christine, I don't know if this would help or not. Let's say somebody needs a dolly or a four-wheeler or something, and I know they're saying that's not equipment. But what if we buy more than one? If it goes over $1,000?
You just said it's pieced out, Frank.
It's piece count, but if they have them by the case, I would think a case could, like totes, you might be able to buy one case that has 20 totes in it, but you can't buy one tote.
I'd like to be recognized, Frank.
I would think that.
John.
I'm sorry, John, I missed.
Okay, I took over a facility from Chris Johnson. I have enough equipment to probably build three soda machines. I have 20 DBAs. I got 1,000 coils. Well, what about equipment that's just sitting? I just took over Athens. Jim Davis has 10 DBAs on a shelf down there.
Jeez.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
so that stuff has already been paid for?
yeah.
So without a doubt, we can disperse it if you'd like us to.
Yeah, I mean,
Share the wealth.
I want to call
we
this.
can't organize something to find out how much equipment we have just sitting before we have to buy new stuff?
Yes.
Dave?
Oh, I was just kidding. I want to call dibs on some of these extra DBAs.
Mr. Chair,
Keith?
with everybody else, I have a host of parts and things. Maybe we can all put a list together and somehow offset some of the buying we need to do. Seriously.
Was it John? John, was that you said you had 10 DBAs or something like
Yeah,
that?
oh yeah. Chris Johnson left me a ton of parts. Chris is very well organized and everything's there.
Do they work?
They're brand new in the box.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. They are brand new.
Chris Johnson was
Let's go
stockpiling.
raid,
Where
let's
did
go
he get
raid
all those?
Chris's store.
We're right here. It's not far.
It's across the street. Anybody? Yeah, I got entire shelves of vending equipment, parts and pieces.
You should have a swap meet at Statewide.
There you go.
Yeah.
So they're gonna, Christie's gonna send us the RSA information so we can all read through that. I think that's something we need to do. We do need to work, like John said, try and start drafting a letter to get something out to all operators. And like Christie said, some of this isn't even clear, so because I know I heard a few things, I'm like, I don't even know how to make heads or tails out of that RSA.
So just for my clarification, could I have a copy of that as well?
Yeah, because I'm probably gonna have you included in the minutes, Chris.
Yeah, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
As an attachment or something.
Absolutely.
All right, I believe our next topic on the agenda is everyone's favorite topic, and that involves the University of Toledo, the second coffee kiosk discussion. And when we started
I guess if you're okay.
well, I was going to start with
Okay.
our, on December 13th, John Giorgio, Annette, and Derek, and I had the opportunity to go up to the University of Toledo and take a tour and look at some of the stuff up there, look at the current coffee kiosk we have up there, look at the second one they want to add, which, having walked through there, it, I guess it's technically in a different building, but it is fairly close to the first one. And also in the second building, there's a parking lot outside, which I think a lot of staff probably exit and enter through, so they would probably be utilizing the second one more than they would. Now, the first one is in, and you can correct me if I'm wrong in that, I believe it's in a nice hallway that's got a pretty good traffic flow, but I could see business being taken from it easily.
Me too.
Anyway, we had some good discussion with them. The grantor contact up there, I think his name is Josh. Don't remember his last name, but anyway, one of the things he had told us initially was started off by telling us that their employees had to run it due to union contracts. And, I wasn't mean, but I said, well, as a counterpoint to that, we have priority on state property, which says otherwise, that, just you're going to have to defer to our priority because, the union contract doesn't supersede that. And Annette told him something similar a little while later in that conversation, that there's, really no workaround to the business rate of Shepherd priority. And we all got to ask questions, Annette and Garrett and John. We did ask a lot of questions. They gave answers that they had. Originally, the plan was to, moving forward, we said they had talked to us, we had talked to them, our management had talked to them. We have been on the phone on, 2 or 3 calls with them and with our management. And finally, at the conclusion of that, we all agreed that we thought UT and our program management and those of us that were there were going to get on a call with with the actual Starbucks and have a conversation and see if we could get more information and see if Starbucks would work with us. And did I understand correctly? Lynn said they don't want to do it, or UT doesn't want to do it, or they just...
They were claiming that Starbucks does not want to meet with us. I don't buy that for a minute. UT doesn't want Starbucks to meet with us, but right now they're claiming that Starbucks doesn't want to meet with us.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is Dimitri Johnson. To give some contextual information that might be helpful, our staff had kind of been asking around too, like, is a meeting going to happen or not? So I took it upon myself to reach out to UT's counsel, who was supposed to be setting up that meeting in preparation of coming here today. And he said that they did ask to have a meeting after you all took the tour, and they had followed up, and Starbucks said we're declining to meet. So I don't know if that's helpful information or if it sways opinions, but just to let you know, that was their official response to me was it's not going to a meeting isn't going to happen, but we did request it. So
okay, Dimitri, I have a follow-up question. That is this: when this all started, what they wanted us to do was they wanted a suitability determination. Is that still their outstanding question?
Mr. Chair, yes. So in addition to him saying they've declined to meet with you and everyone else, he also said, when will a determination be made? We feel we have provided all the information that was asked for, and this has gone on long enough, and other expressions of frustration. And I just said, this is a process. We can't give you any deadline because we have to work with we have to work with the committee and collaborate with them on this. So I can't tell you if a decision will be made, but we're working with them. Thank you for this information. We'll make sure that they know that a meeting's not happening.
Mr. Chair.
Gary.
I said this from the beginning of this conversation that started a couple months ago, and I'll say it again. We've already made a suitability determination that property is suitable for vending. And we're being asked to add additional services is what we're doing. But what really is happening is they want to do an end run around our suitability determination that's already been made so that they can add additional businesses for their purposes only. And Starbucks saying, no, they don't want to meet with us is the university saying to Starbucks, they've requested a meeting, but we'll tell you this right now, they can't pay any kind of commission, so why would you want to do any business with them anyway? And they, of course, agreed and said, you're right. And that's what UT's been trying to do from the very beginning. They're trying to say, you can't give us what I want statutorily, so we're just going to do it on our own and leave you out of the process, and that can't happen. We have the priority to do any vending on that property because we've already deemed it suitable, and they've already agreed that the property is suitable for vending by placing it there. That should be the end of this discussion. If we want to take our priority and determine that we want to create additional jobs with additional services and so forth, we can do that. But they can't hold this over our head and say anything that they're trying to do. And I hope that Dimitri and Rick and Greg and Christy understand that. And this is vitally important. We already have two Attorney General's opinions stating as much. Universities nor anybody on government property can do that. You can't make up any excuse for talking us out of our priority once we've determined that a property is suitable for vending. This has gotten far too complicated because we've ignored the basis of reality. We already did what they've asked us to do. And we've already offered the level of service that we deem appropriate for the suitability of that property. If they want to negotiate us doing more, fine. And the other problem is, opening up that Starbucks, I don't care what anybody says, will devastate Jim's facility and will devastate the coffee kiosk that we already have there.
Yeah,
Yep.
very much so.
So if we're not going to have that new Starbucks, even if we get a commission off it, it's not going to be worth it because we're going to destroy two jobs that might become one job and maybe no jobs. I mean, I'm sure the vending and the micro market probably will be okay. They'll lose some business, but they're open 24/7, whereas the Starbucks won't be and all of that. Although I imagine the Starbucks is going to have extended hours. And anyway, I've talked too long. There's others that were there and there are others that have ideas. And this leads to further discussion I have about other things related to what we waive and what we don't, and what's suitable and all that. And I mean, Dimitri, tell me if I'm wrong, but it seems very clear to me. We've already determined that property to be suitable for vending.
Mr. Chair, my understanding is that there's some kind of nuance about suitability globally versus site by site, but I think that this is a great segue for after everyone else gets an opportunity to talk to have basically just come, not to a decision, but come to a decision point about what are the parameters of this decision and what does the committee want to do. And I think it would be a good time now just to get some feedback from the committee, again, after the others who raised that they wanted to speak to basically like what do we want to do, because there is the legal concern of unfair competition that has been kind of the undercurrent this whole time. Is no matter what happens with this kiosk, we do as a program have to think about how that affects and what advocacy flows from that decision one way or the other, what to do with that Starbucks, because we don't, as Derek already enumerated, we do not want to harm operators while trying to pursue opportunities. So just globally, something to think about, something to talk about while we're on this topic is, as a committee, how do you want to handle this?
Mr. Chair, one more thing before, I want to make clear that the new Starbucks is an opportunity.
Yeah.
Indeed, and one that is ours if we choose to take it. Mm-hmm. And I'm not suggesting that we should not accept a better opportunity and eliminate a lesser opportunity. That's not what I'm saying.
No,
but I
sure.
don't want a new Starbucks to open up that means we have less opportunity there than we had before. That's my concern.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Johnny.
I helped set up that Starbucks in August, and the one thing I keep hearing Frank say about UT is they want a real Starbucks. That is absolutely a real Starbucks. The state spent the money. Everything in there says Starbucks. The cups, the lids, they're wearing the Starbucks aprons, all the stuff in the cup. The only problem UT has is that a blind person's running it. And
Mr. Chair?
yeah, I'm totally with Derek. If they want another Starbucks, bigger, whatever, then Nicole should close hers down and move to the bigger one for more business, whatever. But we have a real Starbucks there. It's not a coffee shop. It is a Starbucks, straight up.
John,
So the traffic area where they want the new Starbucks was very dead. So I think they want the real Starbucks in there for the prestige, but I don't think it's going to do well. It's going to hurt us for sure, obviously, based on where it's located and based on where Nicole's located. But the new location is not going to make any money.
Mr. Chair.
Gary.
First of all, I want to ask, do we know, is anybody from UT listening today? Are they attending this meeting?
I can't tell who's on the phone because I don't have the.
Mr. Chair, they didn't ask to be included. They're not.
I just wondered if technically we.
It's a public meeting technically,
Yeah.
but we didn't send the invite or they didn't ask.
Yeah, no, and they could be here. I was just curious if we knew whether they were here or not. And not that it matters.
And it wouldn't be kind of them not to introduce themselves as in the room if they are listening, so.
But to go on what John said, the new Starbucks would make money, and we asked the question that day why there was not much traffic, and he had a reasonable explanation as to why there wasn't. It made sense. But anyway,
Mr. Chair.
that place the new Starbucks will make money. There's a grand opportunity there to make money. Even the gentleman that was with us who runs the full-service cafeteria 100 feet away from that, I had asked about, studies they had done about traffic and what might happen to other businesses. And he said, I can't speak to your guys' business, but he said, the business I run, there's going to be a deleterious effect to approximately 30% of reduction of sales. That's significant for that place. And that's not direct competition. The direct competition to our Starbucks would be substantial, more than 30%. And I trusted those numbers that he was given. He didn't make that up off the top of his head. They had actually done studies of that. So this is an opportunity. It's a great opportunity, but it's our opportunity. And we shouldn't give it up, and we shouldn't let them bully us into something that they want that they're not entitled to.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I've been real quiet because I wanted to listen to what other committee people said and get some feel for it. But I honestly believe we should tell them that we consider it a suitable site, that it's already been determined, just like Derek put it, that the University of Toledo Medical Campus, or whatever they're calling themselves, has already been deemed to be a suitable site for the business enterprise program. That we are happy to continue to discuss this opportunity to see how we could do it, or take other opportunities. We are willing to negotiate with the University of Toledo to enhance opportunity for business enterprise, and we may at that point then determine that some other business there would be more beneficial to our program than the Starbucks kiosk would be, such as the vending at the UT campus, the main campus. We're willing to negotiate for what's better for the business enterprise program. But we've already determined this to be a suitable site. There is no determination to make. The determination as far as what to do with that site suitability, what type of services, what the scope of service we want to offer and can offer to them is the only thing that's up for question. And that can still be negotiated.
Oh, and I honestly think technically, I mean, we can talk to them about it, but I think if we wanted to, we could really say, this is, I mean, they're going to have a fit, but we could even tell them, this is what we're going to do, and this is what we're going to provide. And we're already providing the service they're requesting anyway. That's my issue with this. Yeah, they say it's technically in a different building, but, you know, you and Derek and John were there, I still think that's way too close. If it was in a different building at the other end of campus or something, this might be a different discussion.
No, no, sir, it is still where our site suitability is, there's vending machines right there.
Right.
So it's, there's no argument that there's a different building, different grant, or different anything. We have vending right in that proximity, so.
Right.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
I agree with that 100%. That's what I was saying, but I was saying if it was in some area where we weren't at, I would still believe we have priority there, but I'm not an attorney, so. But
Well, yeah, Mr. Chair, I mean, you're right. I mean, we have the priority, which gives us the ability to, that forces a property manager to come to us and say, hey, we've got this property, now we need you, OOD, to determine if this property is suitable for vending.
Right.
That's how that works. And in the case of universities, we have to mutually agree that the property is suitable for vending. And in this case, both parties have already agreed that the property is suitable for vending, which is evidenced by the fact that there's already vending going on there under our operation.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I'd have to go back and read it, but I think it's also evidenced by a recent hearing that we had concerning the coffee kiosk that's there when UT attempted to say that we needed to determine site suitability, that it's already been determined.
Oh, they tried to say it wasn't suitable because of.
Right, the different sales and this and that, but we won that hearing, and I want to read the actual language on it, but we won it basically because it's already been determined.
Right.
And it's been determined for that property. We don't determine site suitability based on each individual vending machine.
No.
We determine it for the property. So I'd like to make a motion that we inform the medical campus of the University of Toledo that that has already been determined as a suitable site for business enterprises, and that we are willing to discuss what scope of service we would like to continue to provide for them.
I'll second it.
Okay, so just to clarify, that the current site is already suitable?
Yes.
Okay, just to clarify, thank you.
Well, property.
Property.
The current property.
The site is the legal term, I guess, but property.
Property, I think it'd be
Yeah.
legal term.
Well, it's site suitability.
The language in the law
Says
says, is the
suitable.
property a suitable site?
Property is
Yeah.
suitable, is a suitable site, okay.
Yes. We've already determined that this property is a suitable site. That's the way to do it.
John, you were the second, right?
Yeah.
John D?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do we need more discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Let's hear from the Bureau, please.
So,
Yes.
we're, as Debbie had said and why it's on here, you guys have done your tour, we've asked for the information, and, we are kind of at a point, it's like, all right, what do we want to tell UT? We're happy, I just want to make sure I understand, and I think we all understand, and Demi probably wants to jump in too. So what we're communicating, or not, what we're telling UT is that, yeah, it's suitable, it has been suitable, or however we say it, it's a suitable site for vending. And the next step is to talk about what is the scope of services or what we want to provide, or I just want to make sure I'm understanding, like, what are we saying? No, we don't want another Starbucks. We want to talk about other things. Like, I just want to, where's the path that we're on?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Gary.
Yeah, I think what we're saying is, we would like to continue to provide you services, but clearly you believe that there's a need for additional services, and we don't disagree with that. So we're willing to negotiate with you what that looks like.
Provide additional
And what that doesn't look like is you and your union employees running the facility. What that looks like is an additional larger, either an additional or a replacement Starbucks that's larger and in a different location maybe, or, but, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're willing to negotiate, but we're running,
Gotcha.
because that's what the law says.
No, I want to make sure, we're all on the same page about what we're
And additionally, I think Annette would suggest that there's also the possibility, if they really want to stick to their guns and say, you know, we really want the prestige factor of a real Starbucks so that we can attract more students and et cetera, maybe we can negotiate that by something like, well, you know what, we'll step out of your way if you'll talk UT into stepping out of our way and letting us have our priority there for all the and negotiate a deal like that. I mean, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility either.
No, not at all.
But what's not going to happen is they're going to open up a new Starbucks under their control, and which will be greatly detrimental to our already existing facilities. That's not going to happen.
Right.
No,
we can't.
No.
Mr.
It sets a
Chair?
bad precedence.
Hang on, Dimitri.
Yes, this is Dimitri. So just one more clarifier, sorry to beat it. So, because I'm sure I'll end up having to write the thing up. Okay, so it's suitable. Let's have a conversation about how we can continue services and what that looks like. I'm also hearing, this will not be in the email, but I'm also hearing that the committee wants to kind of negotiate, use some leverage to maybe create opportunities elsewhere, especially if that location is going to be detrimental to the other operators that are already there. Is that what I'm kind of hearing?
Willing to negotiate.
Willing to, yes,
we
of
are
course.
willing to negotiate
Yeah,
other
yeah.
opportunities and to decide on the scope of service for University of Toledo.
Okay. And then my last question is, you know, say they are like, okay, yeah, we want a full-blown Starbucks and all of that, and we're communicating, okay, the site is suitable, you know, because the Bureau's concern about the full-blown Starbucks was never obviously having an operator in it. It was the royalty fee and the Bureau engaging in any action that would cause to trigger that set-aside, you know, ban. And so just in case they're asking me questions, what is the committee's position about royalty fees? Or are you saying like, if you go down that road with a full-fledged Starbucks, even if other negotiations are happening like that, but if that's still on the table for them at the end of negotiations, how do you want to handle that, or what's your position on that, or do you think that we don't even need to get into that at this point? I'm just thinking 3 steps ahead, and I want to make sure that everyone's able to talk about it.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I would say that would be for us. We are determining that it's a suitable site, and if we determine that we're going to run a Starbucks, that would be determined between ourselves and Starbucks. So
Okay.
any negotiations on royalties, the payment or the lack thereof would be between us and Starbucks. Because we are the suitable site, we are the operators, or the program that would be running it.
Okay, thank you.
And then, Mr. Chair, this is their strategy. And, I mean, their strategy from the beginning was to do this without telling us. And then when they got caught doing it, then they decided we're going to work around them by saying, oh, you can't do this anyway because you're not allowed to pay a royalty or a commission. So if you can't do it, then we're going to have to do it for ourselves. That's what they're planning. But they can't, the law doesn't allow that. The law doesn't allow any kind of exception for them to come along and say, well, you know, and this is all enumerated in the 2 Attorney General's opinions that were given to us. We requested them and were given to us. They said, you can't say, well, we're going to fill our own machines. No, that's not a workaround to the priority. Or we're going to let our students do it as part of the food service. You can't do that. You can't. There's nothing you can do or say to work around the back door around our priority. And this is one of them. You can't come up with a scheme of this is the business we want on a campus, but they can't do it. Statutorily, they are not allowed to do this, so therefore they can't have the priority because it's all, you know, they can't give us what they want. It doesn't work that way. That's where they're going to go with this.
And the same thing applies to royalties. A campus or an entity cannot say, we need to have royalties from this service, so you can't do it, so that excludes them. No, it does not.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate everyone helping me clarify.
I suspect Greg still has more to say.
No, I'm processing. No, I mean, I think, you know, it's a good response. I think You know, it's one of those, they boxed us into on a bad situation where adding services of that kind is duplicating what's already there. You know, we know that. So, yeah, no, I think it's a good response.
Mr. Chair, does the Bureau think that there's any possibility that we could use the opportunity to say, yes, we would love for you to have your Starbucks, but because it's going to have an effect on our business that's already there, maybe we can work on a trade so you get what you want, but we get some additional stuff.
I love negotiating like that.
UT's been doing such for a long time.
I think that's a great...
Which we already have priority for. So here's the trade. We're only going to, we're going to let you have your Starbucks, but you're not going to get in our way in any way, shape, or form when we claim our brand, which is already ours.
It's already ours.
Yeah, already.
No,
You're really giving us what's already yours.
I think that's a nice move. And it actually creates maybe even a better, I think.
Except that we have to be careful because, we have one facility there that's unassigned, so that's not going to be an effect directly on the operator because it's temporarily being operated, being ready to be placed permanent. But Cybersyn will be affected by this. We'd have to do a study to see how much and everything. So we do have to still be careful about that. Especially since it's cybers, because yeah, you know how that.
That's all I need to say.
Yeah, enough said.
So,
Please do.
Mr. Chair, and I don't know if everyone's aware, he has officially requested to shut down the micro market and go back to vending. I'm just saying that, just to make sure everyone's aware.
Mr. Chair? What is?
And the Starbucks in any configuration, a full-blown or two or whatever, shouldn't have too much effect on his vending. Actually, it's a benefit to have 24/7 access to everybody. If this, however this turns out, he actually could end up in better shape than before.
Mr. Chair?
Just a second, John. I just want to follow up. If he goes back to all vending, doesn't he get to sell both branded Coke and Pepsi or something? That was my understanding.
I would argue that, yes, but someone else can argue.
Mr. Chair, I looked at that their porting rights agreement, and yes, if he goes back to vending machines, he should be able to sell both.
Okay, that makes no sense to me. I like the fact that, I don't understand why he couldn't do it in the micro market. It's still a vending machine.
It is still a vending machine, so we should have been allowed to do it all along.
But anyway. All right, John.
Just curious if you guys are going to let them close that.
Are we going to what?
Let them close that micro market. And
So, Mr. Chair, I don't see why not. That's what he's requesting. We'll talk to the local committee, Annette and Dwayne on that. And he's also requesting, again, some very expensive coffee machines, and that he still wants that. And again, I think we'll talk to the local committee on that. I have issues spending an exorbitant amount of money on a fancy coffee machine, but I think more conversation and again, like how everything's gonna, flush out too. I think there's a lot of interrelationships there on how things flush out on that too. Because right now, getting him an expensive vending machine would directly compete, I think, with the other coffee kiosk that's temporarily being run.
So, Mr. Chair, we have a motion.
Yep.
Yes, we do. And I was getting ready.
What I was going to ask, the motion only addressed it didn't address the negotiating aspect, did it?
Yes.
It did.
It did.
It addressed both. Okay. All right. Can we get it read back before we vote then? Chris, did you get it?
I did. Oh, yes, I did.
Can you read it back?
Would I be able to read it back? It would be that BEP has agreed to select the current property as a suitable site for a Starbucks and connect with the University of Toledo Medical Campus, indicating that they are willing to negotiate. That's what I heard.
We need to fix the wording there a little bit.
Yeah,
That doesn't sound.
I have it in my recording. I apologize, but
That's okay. It was said,
I just try to remember.
the motion was that it has already been determined.
Already been determined.
Yes, that the medical campus at the University of Toledo is a suitable site, and that we are willing to discuss and negotiate future opportunities.
Future opportunities with the University of Toledo.
University.
Yeah, that makes sense. I apologize.
Expansion of current services, maybe?
Yeah,
Expansion of services.
that's fine. Yeah.
All right. John, you still agree with that?
Yes.
Which didn't allow anything for negotiating to let them have their Starbucks and we go for other businesses.
Well,
I mean, or should that be a separate motion?
That should be
or
separate.
that just be
I
understood
think
by them, or?
I would say negotiation for expansion of
I
services.
just thought it left
Oh,
it open.
I thought we were saying we would negotiate how we could add services. Okay. I thought you were suggesting that we would negotiate with them what the new level of service is that they're asking for, us running. But you're saying that's to include both scenarios where.
Everything, yeah.
Any kind of negotiations?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So expansion of services or additional.
Or additional services.
We're not even thinking of, so who knows?
So expansion or additional services.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we have the language right now. Any other discussion? Okay. Annette?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
John? Matt?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Did I forget Dave Patrick?
Yes.
Let's talk now.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I keep forgetting. You're all the way at the other side of the room.
It's harder when every area is represented, isn't it?
Yeah.
The other John, that was John McNamara.
Yeah, John McNamara.
That's what I just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
All right. We have about 3 more items on the agenda. They're big items, though. They're going to take a little while. It's about 12:03.
It is?
Do we want to do lunch, or do we want to do the work? Or do
Go,
we
go, go.
go? I think
That's
it's
up to everybody.
Yeah, that's up
Go
to
work or go lunch?
Go work.
Oh,
okay.
and I brought my M&Ms.
Work.
Get it done.
So the next one on here, and I have to be honest with everybody, I did not have a chance to get through this. I was trying to get through this last night, and my phone was not cooperating. It kept jumping around, and this is the draft ODOT grantor agreement. So I don't know if anybody has had a chance to get through it.
Mr. Chair, is there any way we could take at least a 5-minute bathroom break?
Yeah.
Please.
Yes.
Yeah, take a few minutes.
You know what? Do we want to, well, if anybody wants lunch, we can do lunch.
I would like lunch. I like lunch.
2 minutes for lunch.
Speech on. Stop button. Stop button.
The next item on the agenda is the draft ODOT grantor agreement, which I have not had a chance to get through yet. I hope we have.
Can you guys please mute? Can you guys please mute?
I told Frank to.
No, I'm not talking French.
Frank, are you going to send a copy of that as well?
Yeah, we can probably do that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Since we're talking about it. Hey, everybody.
You are unmuted.
Oh, sorry. All right, we're starting back up, guys.
Yeah, everybody who's on the phone, if you're talking, I need you to.
That was my fault, Frank, because I was muted. So sorry about that.
All right. Okay. All right, let's get started. The next item on the.
So that Tanya was attending, she's had to mute herself, but she is attending.
Yeah, we got that.
Yeah, we know.
We got that.
That's cool. Yeah, we're aware of that. Thanks, Lynn.
That's your people.
Yeah, that's our man.
That's all right. Next item on the agenda is the ODOT Bureau grantor agreement. So I will open that up for discussion. I don't know if Christie or somebody wants to start, or Sally, or where we need to start, but let's get started. And I know we have some people on the phone who wanted to comment as well, if they're still with us, so we will get to that. But let's get the discussion started and see where we're going.
Well, Mr. Chair, I guess I'll ask the question, was this a collaborative draft, or did they just send this to us and we're supposed to respond, or what's the timeline on this?
No, this has been collaborative.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're hoping is close to a final draft, and
I think so. I mean, I
hope not.
I should probably look at the legal who's actually been kicking it back and forth. But yeah, we felt like it was at a place that it was time to share with you guys.
Okay, good.
And that we think we're close. And
we've got some notes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
John.
I have several comments. What?
John, it's Jen. Hey, did you hear, I just wanted to make sure you knew Connie's on here right now, and so am I. We weren't on here this morning, and Tanya is on. She just muted herself.
Yeah, she's texted me. Okay, thanks.
Tanya doesn't get bonus pay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tony doesn't get bonus pay for Greg.
Everyone wants us to know Tanya's here.
I know.
And was that Jennifer? Or was that Jen?
Yeah, and Tanya's on, well, we already know that, and so is Connie Standing Clear. A couple things. One, why are they so specific as to the amount of machines that are in different locations?
So I could start. I don't know if Demi's been part of those conversations. So that's for when they build new places. That was their request based on what they're anticipating their design to be, the space that will be available for machines. I don't know, Demi, did I hit that correct?
Mr. Chair, our understanding is that these are for future build-outs and not existing situations, if that answers your question.
It does, but it really limits us in terms of most people are gonna, there's places that are busier than that, and it really limits us in terms of what we can put in the units, in the different buildings, and probably people are not gonna put coffee machines in there because they can make more money on other machines for one thing, and especially like on the secondary highways where they're limited to 2 machines. If it's a busy secondary highway, then the person's gonna have to do in there 2, 3, 4, 5 times a week to fill their machines up. So it's very limiting.
Mr. Chair. So yes, on the secondary one, we got it in the language that where there are ones that are busier, we can work with ODOT on having more machines at those, if they redo those secondary ones, based on traffic flow and sales, that ODOT agreed to that.
I guess my follow-up question to Greg or Dimitri or whoever wants to answer is, are they limiting number of machines in the, as they do rebuilds in the primary rest areas as well, like on 71, 75, the major interstates?
Yeah, to 6.
6?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I have an issue with it. Also, Mr. Chair, when you have the definitions of what products constitute vending, you have one thing, and then in the actual BGA part where it has different things. I don't feel like they should have a list of the different products, because then it limits the vendor as to what they can and cannot sell.
Which section? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to try and answer,
Go
or at least address it. I'm not sure exactly where, Mr. Chair, this is Dimitri. I'm not sure exactly where the discrepancy is, but we can take a look at that for sure and make sure that they line up. But to answer your question, or I should say address your concern globally, one of the discussions that we had with them was that they were concerned about not enumerating it. And so we did have some back and forth, and we did put language in there that said, this, but not limited to this, because, Christy was pretty adamant that if someone wants to sell X, but that's not specifically stated, they should be able to do so. But if there's any specific language that raises concerns, let us know where it is, and so we can make sure that those two things line up in a way.
I didn't read it like that, but I need to reread it because I just kind of read it real quick.
That's okay.
And the other thing is, there's some good things in there too. Don't get me wrong; you guys did a really good job of protecting us when there's third-party contractors involved. I was very happy with that part of it. But there's a lot of stuff as to what we need to do, but there's nothing that says, for example, that they need to clean the facility, or how they're going to take care of their building.
So, Mr. Chair, so I think one of the things, and it is in here, is that they are responsible for their buildings going forward. Because that's been the biggest angst I've had,
is when, these separate module buildings, who's responsible for it? A door goes bad, the roof needs replaced. We replaced the AC units, and again, I think RSA would frown upon that if that ever came back again. They are responsible for those buildings. There's never been any definitive thing in the 1997 draft or actual contract. Everyone, we're always at a loss. Like, what happens? Something needs fixed. It is clear now, I think it's in 3.1, I think, that they are responsible for the maintenance, cleaning, and repair of the buildings.
I apologize, I did not see
Yes,
that.
3.1.2 at its cost, but I don't know where it is. It's in here.
I don't feel
With
so.
the sauce, the ragu, it's in there.
Yeah, exactly.
We spent a lot of time making sure that we got that language about the maintenance, repair, and upkeep of the buildings was their responsibility.
Mr. Chair?
Annette?
Vending signs.
Oh, yeah.
We've always had highway signs, like when, the sign that says rest area up ahead, and it says like restrooms, and usually they're supposed to say, vending. They tell what's all at the rest area. And that, I thought, was always part of the agreement, and I didn't see that in here.
So we can go back and we can ask about that. I don't remember that in the 97. We
Maybe it
can.
wasn't in the agreement, I don't know,
That's a
but
good-
I know it was
Yeah.
always been something we've
Yeah, I will.
expected to have, and most of them have them, but I know we've had trouble in the past when they took one down for construction, getting it back up.
Somebody takes the sign out.
Yeah.
and
I
we
know there
don't-
used to be one, coming south toward mine, that one was taken down, and there used to be one going north toward Derrick's, and,
It's gone.
it's gone as well, and I'm like, okay, what,
But they still have the sign that says vending, or it says rest area a mile ahead. They just don't have the
Okay.
vending machines there.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll definitely follow up on that.
And the other thing, and I'm not sure if it should be in a contract or not, but a lot of times in these buildings, they have these big ugly signs that have phone numbers on them, and they have marketing numbers. Everyone okay?
Good catch.
Oh, okay.
Imagine making yourself known.
And I don't know why ODOT decided years ago to put those signs up, but mine has an incorrect phone number on it. So, I mean,
Hold on a second.
we've been asking them about that for some time to get those replaced or taken down or.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that wasn't ODOT, that was us. We put the sign.
Those big ugly signs, y'all.
Yeah. And so one of the
Shame on
things,
you.
Wait, are you talking about the foam board or gator, the ones we just did in the last couple of years and that?
No,
You're talking
it's
about
this
one
It's this
bulk.
big blue looking thing.
Yeah.
It looks like a highway sign.
Yeah.
That's what I thought ODOT did.
So it's
Way up
different.
high on the wall.
we were supposed to remove all of those or get them removed.
We can
No.
put in a ticket for.
Yeah, mine's still
Cheaper.
up there, and I have a different number on my machines that I use for business, and that one has my personal cell phone number.
God.
on it.
Oh, wow.
Grumpy about that for some time, but it's screwed into the wall. It's not something I ever felt comfortable climbing up there and the facing.
Is it both directions in that?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
So they were big, they have been very, they want proper signage. They want, because, and some of our signs have not been like, those stickers, we've been trying to get those stickers where they don't, they wear very easily. They're very, ODOT really wanted some sort of elaborate system in the beginning of where people can call complaints and refunds. Like they wanted a one person with OD. We're like, no, it's up to the operators, and we need to just ensure that each rest area, it's clearly marked who people need to call for refunds.
Mr. Chair,
John?
someone on the phone wanted to talk.
Okay. Here we have,
Who on the phone was trying to get,
Dean Hamilton?
go ahead, Dean.
Okay, you can hear me good. First, I just want to say that there are several operators that do not have the opportunity to read this contract yet. I'm one of it. I could not get it to work on my phone, and I'm not alone with that. several other operators I talked to that could not read the contract. And my preferred format also is the U.S. mail, and I never got a copy of the contract in the mail. And my main thing I want to say here is the committee planning on having a conference call like we have done in the past with all the highway operators?
Yes, we can do that. We can do that. We should do that. Yeah, we will figure out a way to do that.
Mr. Chair?
Someone else is, someone
Julie.
else on the.
I think it's Julie.
Julie, go ahead, Julie.
Okay, when they close these areas, sometimes we can't get back in to get our stuff. I think it's happened at least once. And I want to know if they close our places, is there a way we can get in and take all our stuff out so we don't lose all that money?
Mr. Chair, I believe that is addressed in the contract, that they give us notice for any long-term shutting down.
It wasn't.
But it wasn't for 30, like if they're going to close for 30 days, they could just come in and close it. And that's fine, but all we want to know is can we get our stuff out?
Okay, we will make a provision of that.
The contract as presented does say they don't have to give us notice if they're only closing for 30 days or less, which is outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous. There needs to be communication if the closure's going to be that long.
Yeah, because that's enough time for product and everything to go ahead of the.
What would be sorry, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Greg.
What would be a preferable, 2 weeks, 3, what would you guys like to?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think the differentiation shouldn't be the amount of time, but the necessity of doing it. If it's planned, then come on, we should have notice if you planned it. But if it's an emergency situation, that's understandable. But I can't imagine an emergency situation causing a 30-day closure. Yeah, right. Yeah, no.
As soon as you say that.
I've had some interesting occurrences lately at my place too, I understand. And that leads me to one of my questions about this, is they're very clear to state that we have to allow access to our machines 24/7, et cetera, but there's nothing to say that their people are supposed to leave access to our machines 24/7. And that's been a problem that many of us have faced by, caretakers and stuff, just randomly or arbitrarily closing off access to make their jobs easier for particular things. I think it should be in the contract that they're not allowed to do that without good reason. It can't be for the convenience of the caretakers. If it's necessary for a safety aspect for the public or whatever, fine, but this, just makes our job easier. Things harmful and should be covered in the contract.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, I'm not familiar with this scenario. Derek, do you mind giving an example of that, just so I understand what they're doing?
Yeah, Dimitri, I can give one from 2 years
Yeah.
back. I have one that I actually had to, I believe, get Christy and Sally, get a couple people involved in from management. I was coming home from a family member's house up in Dayton, and we stopped at our rest area. It was late at night, and well, not real late, but late, maybe close to 11 o'clock. And the south side of the building, they had the doors tied shut with garbage bags.
It's because they don't want to have to clean this one side again.
Right, so they wanted to sweep it, mop it, and, I can give another example. So this was back in, I don't know when that one happened, I could go back through my photos and find out, but there was another one in probably 2018 when I had to get other people to run me out to the rest area because my wife had foot surgery, and one of the caretakers, so I was out there later than normal at 7, 8 o'clock at night. He told me, "You're not allowed to come out here this late." He said, "You're interrupting my mopping and sweeping schedule, so you need to hurry up and get done." And I'm like, he said, "Or I'm going to call ODOT." And I said, "Well, the program I work with has a relationship with ODOT too, so they'll be able to talk to him as well, And then I guess one of the family members I was with told him what happened. Then he felt like, an idiot. But They're very territorial about that sometimes in certain buildings. Now, I haven't had any issues recently that I'm aware of, but I haven't been out there late at night recently either.
Okay, thank you. That's
But
very helpful.
it gives you a starting point. And I've seen them do other things. They'll put like yellow tape up and put, you know, the wet floor signs across the floor to block access to one half of the building. And that's fine if they're sweeping and mopping, but I know we've seen them do it at my location. And sometimes Derek and I have the same caretakers that rotate from side to side, not always, but if they're doing it on my side, they were probably doing it on Derek's side as well, where they want to sweep it, mop it, be done with it, and block off access to that side of the building. They figure everybody can use the other side.
Thank you.
Yeah. So,
Mr. Chair?
yes.
Another issue I found was the requirement for operators to have workers' compensation, which is understandable and I think normal, that's fine. But it also requires the Ohio stopgap insurance to be procured by the operator. I'm not sure that I like that idea.
So, Mr. Chair, some of those, and we'll have to look, some of that stuff, it's DAS standard language that really isn't us or them that, and I don't know about that. Was it under insurance, under the whole insurance thing? So that's like stock,
I never heard of that.
like it's terms and conditions that we don't, either of us don't really have control over. It's in all contracts, I think. But I'll have to look at that.
I don't remember seeing that in other contracts, including DNS contracts.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna, I
Yeah,
want
it's
Derek
right
to find
here,
it, but
it's under the, where it shows coverage and limits and things, and you get down to the bottom and it says workers' compensation, coverage A, which is workers' compensation, that's the statutory amount, and then coverage B is employer's liability Ohio stopgap coverage up to $500,000. I don't think that's included in what you get by having workers' compensation. I think that's an additional fee that's not required. And I don't think it's right for them to be able to require that of us. If we've done what's statutory, I don't know why they would, I mean,
yeah, Mr. Chair, to address Derek's concern, we'll go back and look at that. Originally, honestly, I wanted to just cut out that whole section because I was like, the operator, just cut the fat because, you know, these are standard terms and conditions and the operators can get what they need. And then they were like, no, we would like to have it enumerated. And that's just stock language from DAS that all like state contracts have to have. But that being said, now that you've pointed that out, we'll go back and like really look through that section and maybe we can just take out stuff that's not really applicable to, you know, the folks here. Thank you for calling that out. That was a really good observation.
Yeah, thank you. And I will add, you know, we do have our program paid, you know, we have the liability insurance, we have, and then ODOT has, you know, they have their own insurance as well. And I don't know what else, you know. What else they're trying to, I don't understand exactly what they're trying to do. All right.
well, they're covering their butts. I mean, that's reasonable to do, but to an extent, I mean, they should cover their butts and they're entitled to cover their butts, but not to the extent where it creates operators problems that we shouldn't be responsible for.
Mr. Chair? I would also think that that could have some kind of conflict if it was read differently to, you know, we're not supposed to have secondary insurance because of the program buying us liability insurance. So there might be some conflict there with that. You know, if we held some kind of business insurance other than workers' comp or vehicle, which is by law, but if that's some kind of liability thing, that might be either what the Bureau provides, or if it's not what the Bureau provides, it goes in conflict with what the Bureau provides. You know, they wouldn't want us to have both, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, because we were already told we shouldn't do that.
All right, one of the things I'm going to say, and I don't know if the committee agrees with this or if management will agree, I think we do need to take time to get that call set up with the rest area operators. I think we do need to have that call and get feedback from everybody involved in this. And I don't know if we're operating on a timeline here or not, but I don't know that, I guess where I'm going is I don't think the committee can give an answer, a complete answer to this today. And some committee members can speak up if they think that I'm wrong.
Mr. Chair, have all the ODOT operators received copies of this?
I think Christie did send it out to everybody, but as you heard Dean Hamilton say, a lot of them haven't been able to read it. So that's another.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm allowed to speak or not.
Yes, you are.
Hey, the other thing with that contract is with a lot of the operators for the canales, they may have received it by email, but they did not receive it their preferred format. So a lot of them want it sent through the mail, maybe large print or whatever. Because even for me, I kind of struggled through about 14 pages of the 18 pages. And so I think they're looking for it in their preferred format so that they can go through it. But even while I was going through it, my question is, what's in that contract is the Bureau and grant agreement versus the operator agreement? Because it seemed like everything is just combined. And I'm like, some of this don't even pertain to the grant agreement. This is pertaining to the operator. So I'm like, what does ODOT really have to do with this aspect of it? So it just looked like everything got pushed all into one big contract. So it will be interesting to see if they did have a different operator agreement in addition to this contract, because it seemed like everything is pushed there. Because as you notice, that contract grew from about 5 pages to about 18.
Who was that speaking?
Anyway, operators, they just need it in their preferred format.
Chris, that's Curtis Joyner.
That's Curtis Joyner. Okay, great.
He's an operator in
Toledo. Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else on the ODOT Bureau grant agreement?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is Dimitri. Just a couple follow-up questions from what folks said. So do we have, and maybe this is a question for OOD folks, but do we have everyone's preferred format on file?
Mr. Chair, we do, and Monday, Kim's in, I'm in, I will get the mailed out, and in fact, I think what I would like to do is I might even overnight the mail to the people with the preferred mail to ensure that they definitely get that.
Okay, and then my second follow-up was to answer your question about a timeline. So a part of, not the main BGA, but an amendment that dealt with the secondary rest areas and some other ones, that has already expired. We negotiated an extension with ODOT to be able to keep going back and forth through these turns and obviously bring it to the committee. But that amendment that we did to extend the old version does, I believe, expire by I think sometime in February. So, I mean, not to put any pressure on the group or rush anything, but just to give you an idea, if you get the sense from your meeting, whenever you meet with all the operators, that you might go past that, just let us know, because then we'll have to request another extension. That's all technical stuff that you probably don't care about, but to answer your question about timelines, that is something that's happening in the background, but not a huge deal, but it's just something to consider.
I'm going to ask the committee, I'm going to just give my opinion.
Mr. Chair?
Just a second.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Dimitri, my position is we probably should just go ahead and request the extension until sometime in March, at least get us past the March meeting, because by then, and I don't know that it'll take that long. Maybe we get on with everybody and we get every question answered and get everything and everybody's happy, but I don't know that that's ideal. Yes.
I agree, because not only to have the meeting with the operators and see what comes out of that, but even some of the things we brought up today, get talked about and possibly renegotiated. There's probably gonna be at least another draft of this, and the committee can't prove anything until we meet again, so. They're gonna
Mr.
need an
Chair,
extension.
I'm more than happy to request one, and I can let you all know, or I should say, I can let Chrissy let you know, what they say. They don't have to extend it, but of course, we will make that request. And, you know,
And we are working on it.
Yeah, of
I
course.
foresee doing-
and, you know, to address Annette's concern, you know, a lot of things that people brought up today, I don't think are going to be issues because they're actual technical concerns that are important. So I don't imagine, I'm not making any promises, but I don't imagine that ODOT will send back another draft with these additions in it, proposed additions in it. I don't think that they're going to say, no, the operators shouldn't be able to access their property. We're not putting that in there. So just, you know, so I don't think it will be a big issue to put some of these things in or clarify things at all, but
All right.
we can do that.
So let's try and go from there with that, if everybody's comfortable with that. Somebody on the phone wanted the floor. I don't know who it was, but go ahead.
It's Lisa Litzinger. I had to wait till I got back home from work to get my key. I was able to dial in, and I was able to dial the ID and the pound, but when I pressed *6, it, you know, said *6, and it beeped, you know, like the touchstone thing, but it wouldn't take. I just had a string of *6, *6, *6, *6, but I couldn't get it muted, but I've been here for the whole meeting.
No,
We got you.
We knew that.
We knew you were here.
Well, yeah.
I love you, Lisa.
We had you on, we had you down. We had you on the roll call.
Are we gonna pay that 50 cents, Janice, 50 cents per machine, or are we
No.
gonna be able to get out of that, or what?
No, that wasn't for us.
That's not for us.
Oh,
That's for the
okay.
third-party contractors. Sorry, Frank.
You're all right. Give her the answer.
Mr. Chair, I have a
Okay,
question
well,
too.
it looked like the operator.
No.
had to pay it.
No, it's for Coca-Cola basically, or whatever beverage company it happens to be, or whomever it happens to be, as long as it's not us.
Oh, okay.
Mr.
Sounds
Chair,
good to me then.
All right.
I have a question.
Go ahead, John.
So, technical question. So, are they responsible for, are they gonna be responsible for upkeep of all like the secondary highway building and stuff like that, or to rebuild them as well?
So, Mr. Chair, when they're under their roof, they're responsible for it.
What about the outside buildings?
The outside buildings, no. Those icon enclosures, which I always call them an icon enclosure, and then Sally told me that that's like the name of a brand. But those enclosures, and I am worried about, that's a different conversation for a different day. Some of them are like beyond repair that we're gonna have to figure something out on that, but that's another day. But once they go into the building, they're responsible. The icon enclosures on the secondary, they are not responsible for.
I was hoping. Thank you.
Go ahead, Gary.
Oh, I just wanted to ask a question about it related to closures in particular, but not necessarily only that. It seems like throughout the whole contract that ODOT is limited, is precluded from any liability for losses to operators. Is that the case, or am I reading it wrong? Are there any circumstances where they could be held responsible for losses to operators in terms of product and so forth?
So,
Go ahead, Christy.
I'll shoot this over to Demi, but indemnification and the state properties, I don't think they would agree to any of that, but.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what specific language you're talking about, but generally speaking, state entities across the board, it's in our rules and things like that we are not allowed to put any sort of language in there. And so because we're both state entities, that's why you see that indemnification language in there. Now, if an operator, for example, you know, something happened where someone was damaged or whatever, and it was, they were at fault, say their cleaners like bashed in a glass or whatever, I think that's a clear sign that that's something in their purview that was due to their negligent hire, and they were to be responsible for taking care of that. Or if we were moving machines and caused damage to it or something, then that would be OOD's problem to take care of. So a lot of the indemnification language you see in there is really just saying at a higher level, you're responsible for your own negligence, and we are not going to put any illegal, and when I'm saying illegal, I mean illegal for state entities contract terms in there. Does that answer your question, or does that make it worse?
So I can be held responsible for damage I do to ODOT, that ODOT can't be held for responsible they do to me as an operator. Not OD.
No,
I mean,
so
if their actions cause me to lose $5,000 worth of product, is there any chance that they ever could be held via this contract responsible for that?
Depending on the circumstances, yeah. So they are responsible for their own harms. Actually, let me say it this way. Whatever wrongs they do, they're responsible for. Whatever wrongs we do, we're responsible for, is kind of that language, if that answers your question. And then, of course, anybody who's responsible as an individual is responsible for their harms. Does that help, or is that not an answer?
I'm wondering if the contract helps me with that, or am I on my own and I gotta go get a lawyer and go after them, and since it's only $5,000, it's not worth it anyway, kind of thing, or?
I'd have to go back and read
There is some odd
it.
language in here that includes operators. Like, for example, it says at one point in here, if we do have to do a less than 30-day move, a 30-day closure of access of the public to the facility, and the operator wants to remove stuff from there, it's at their, meaning machines, it's at their expense, which can't possibly be true, because it's never my responsibility to pay for removal or moving of equipment. So that language itself is a red flag. Why are they including language that isn't rational in so many of these things?
Okay, so good question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to answer. So a lot of this language is specifically delineating out operator this, operator that, commercial vendor this. But because we are kind of the ones overseeing the program, it's enumerated under ODOT shall. So even if it says, an operator needs to do A, B, and C, it's saying ODOT, OOD needs to make sure that happens. And, I should also say, contextually speaking, a lot of this stuff is boilerplate BGA language. And so I would say a lot of the template BGAs and BOAs and TBOAs and all of those haven't been looked at in years. And so maybe this committee might, down the road, they will need to be updated to be in compliance with Ohio law. Not today. That's a big undertaking, but I would say earmark a lot of this stuff, because if it's boilerplate template language that we've been using for the past 15 years, this is an opportunity for both parties to look at it and see, do we really need this, or can it be changed? And that way, going forward, when we start with template language, we'll start with language that you actually think is a little bit more appropriate, and that we think is a little bit more appropriate, if that makes sense. But we're not at that stage yet, as I'm not ready to go over to change the templates, and I'm sure you don't want to go into a big, long, technical, term by term template discussion with me. But to say all that to say, a lot of that stuff is boilerplate language, and a lot of the terms that we went back and forth with are things that newly are not in compliance with law, or that Christie identified as an issue that would harm operators, or not make things technical. Obviously, we have to go back to them with the stuff that's being discussed today and change those, but, now I'm just rambling, but I don't know if that answered your, I don't know if that answered your, yeah, I don't know if that answered your question or not. I realized I was getting into the weeds and maybe should stop before I take you all down with me, so.
I did have a.
Yeah, me too, Dave Paget. I have a question, because I'm in a situation right now that the federal building has closed.
Give me just a second, Dave. We'll
Okay.
get to it. Let's.
All right.
I didn't forget about it.
Okay.
I was going to do that before I do the next agenda.
All right, okay.
But do we have any other discussion on the ODOT Draft Bureau Grantor Agreement?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
If some of us haven't given this agreement the attention that it deserves, as admitted, if we come up with a few things, can we give you a call or give Christy a call or whatever, and add those
Yes.
to your to-do list?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was going to jump in. I was kind of waiting to see if anyone had anything to say. Given today's earlier discussion about things in writing, I think it would be great if after whatever, the call or calls that you have amongst yourselves, if you could, I'm always welcome to accept a call, and I'm sure everyone on the BE staff is too, but memorializing any concerns or asks or whatever in writing would be really helpful. One, so that you guys know that we got it and understood exactly what you're asking or what your concerns are, but two, just so that we have record of what was discussed and things like that. And then, just in general, from a timeline perspective, again, I hate to keep harping on this, but, we do have to move forward with this. And, I don't want to cool any advocacy, and I don't want to cool any participation, but just as a reminder, like from a legal standpoint, we always want you guys to have input because it does affect you. But in terms of who's in privity with who, we don't have a ton of control over what ODOT can say yes to or not say yes to. We also, I'm trying to think of how to say this succinctly, but basically keep in mind that while we, of course, want to hear everything you guys have to say, I don't want you guys to hold anything back. Please review it. We're going to make sure everyone gets a copy that they can review meaningfully. But we want to make sure that you understand that, we have to execute this contract, and it's a contract between us and ODOT. And so, we don't want to enter into a contract with something you don't approve, but this committee doesn't approve these BGAs. And I know that probably sounds harsh, but like I said, I don't want to cool any advocacy, but, I want to make sure that when you're having your conversations with each other, that we're getting that feedback timely so that we can have enough time to go back to ODOT and negotiate those things in, but also still execute this contract before it goes stale and then they say, you know what, forget about it. Just being real.
Mr. Chair?
John.
I understand what you're trying to say, but generally speaking, I understand what you're saying, but you guys also need to keep in mind that we are the ones who have to sort of execute these contracts, and the contracts need to be made in a fashion that we can actually execute them without at a profit to us as well. And I totally get what you're trying to say, though. But I just want to make sure you keep that in mind as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that feedback.
We will put together the meeting. We understand the timeliness of it. We'll get that meeting together with the operators and ourselves that we represent, and have something to you. For the next.
No, and we all need to work on this together, though. Trustee Sally, Dimitri, Greg, we all need to be working on this together. We don't want all of our rest area people, I'm one of them too, so I'm biased, but even if I wasn't, I don't want everybody stuck in some horrible Bureau Greener agreement that none of us can live with, or none of us like. And, we won't like all of it, but as long as we can work with it and work within it, I think is the main thing, and they don't have crazy stuff in there that no operator is able to meet or able to do, so. I think that's, anyone else on the BGA for ODOT? All right, I'm going to do one thing. We will get to the OBM OIA audit thing in just a minute, but Dave Padgett had something he asked me if we could talk about for real quick, and Dave, I'll let you go ahead. Thanks for waiting, and thanks for your patience.
Oh, sure. What's going on in the federal building, downtown Cleveland, East Ninth, and Lakeside? They had their sprinkler system went off due to something failing in their fire alarm system, the audible part, and it flooded 3 floors up to your knees. And they've shut the building down for the public, and they're she has the email, Lisa, but it's like, we highly recommend everybody work from home, because we don't want anyone in here, because they have the deputies, you know, each deputy has a certain amount of floors to walk to make sure there's no fires. And I'm gonna lose probably $200 to $2,500 in product. Because we're being told, I don't know when it's gonna get fixed. And the last day Lisa went in, we were doing some vending in the building, which, you know, is kind of just wasted because, you know, there might be 100 people in the building total. And she did $6.58. You know, I'm moving product around wherever I can, but it's at the point, I've got a dozen cases of chips that went out January 17th. I mean, candy lasts, but I'm moving everything as fast as I can, you know, into 2 other buildings that have, you know, COVID people are in there too, and the one building, Stokes Courthouse, they're under the same thing. So a lot of their people are being, you know, told to work at home. So I'm like, what? Yeah.
Theirs isn't a fireworks like ours is.
Oh, okay. So I'm just wondering, what can be done on that? Am I just gonna have to eat that 2,500?
Yeah.
Does our insurance cover this? I mean, the insurance that we have, we know it didn't cover pandemic, we know it said that, all of us do, you know, but this is something completely different, doesn't it?
Last I heard, our insurance had $10,000 deductible.
Somebody on the phone?
No, I believe it's $500
Yeah.
deductible.
Yeah, it's $500 deductible, which you'll probably have to eat, but doesn't
Mr.
it cover the rest?
I mean, that's.
Mr. Chair,
And
I think there was a situation in Toledo a few years ago that the insurance did cover the loss of product. It is on, there is a deductible. It's on the operator to make the claim and submit the documentation, work with the insurance carrier, but the insurance, I think, will cover the situation.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Tanya Coe.
For Tanya.
Go ahead, Tanya.
Is Tanya here?
We had this down at the Cincinnati Federal Building when the sprinkler
I
system
remember.
broke and flooded the cafeteria. We were able to, you had to take a detailed stock inventory. You can write off what you lost. You can also submit, if you have receipts of the previous year of the amount of sales you would have done during that time, they will also reimburse you your sales. And any equipment, personal items like a phone or computer that might have been at the location for business purposes only, they will reimburse you for that as well. But you need detailed receipts of everything.
And just for my record, is that the GSA? It handles that?
Yes, in a federal building?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a federal building, it's a GSA.
But GSA.
It is a GSA.
But see, right now, I mean,
But
I've
not
got
the
more
insurance.
product, but I don't know when it's gonna, because they're telling us, we don't know.
The comments that we're
I'm
hearing
trying to-
is they're trying to figure out which bucket of money to pull from to pay for it. I'm like,
To get the building fixed, yeah.
well,
Right.
but, and I'm also hearing comments from people that work there in the repair areas saying, you know, this particular fire system is pretty much obsolete and has been for quite some time. We're just trying to find the
Hard
cheapest
time.
way of doing it.
And our time finding the products to, they have some of them, but they're having problems finding the rest of what they need.
Yeah.
And it's 25 years old.
Well, I think,
Mr. Chair,
I think the
is the
insurance.
building closed?
Yeah,
Yes.
the building, well, basically, I think he said there's maybe 100 people in there, so that sounds close to close to me.
They want to know, you have to sign your name in when you're coming in, and you gotta have a reason to do it.
So I think the building, I think that sounds
Mr.
close.
Chair, I was gonna suggest, I would really talk to your consultant to find out, because
Oh, yes,
if
Jen is checking
you are
it.
unable to do business, if you're unable to do business because of this, again, you would be able to collect what your normal sales may be for that time period until your location is reopened.
The only thing I will say about that, Tanya, and I hope, the only thing I will say about that is I hope that's true. I do believe we have a different insurance company now than what we had when that happened down at the federal building in Cincinnati. Hopefully the same thing still applies. But I think you said earlier, Dave Pageant, the building is closed to the public?
Yes.
Okay, so then it's closed. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's just maintenance and janitorial
that-
and
that-
security.
Basically, that's it in the cards.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be an insurance situation and see what they can do.
All right.
What they will help with.
I have to get that information.
Could be a stipend issue.
Could be.
Yeah, that's a good question, actually.
Yeah, that's true, and
Which Mr. Chair raises another interesting question. Does our insurance cover loss of business? Because if it does, why do we have a stipend?
Mr. Chair, I've only heard of them replacing, or not replacing, but like reimbursing for lost products. I can read the policy if I can understand some of the policy, and see if it has loss of business, but I think it's just strictly lost product.
well, and that's what I was saying to it, and I mean, we can check, and Tanya may be correct. When that happened back down at the federal building in Cincinnati, it's been quite a while. I don't remember what year it was, but it's been a while back, and I think we had a different insurance company then.
You need to apply for the stipend. I mean, that's one option.
Right, yeah.
Plus the insurance for your
Plus
loss
the
of
insurance,
product.
Yeah, for your loss of product, yeah. But boy, wouldn't it be nice if our insurance covered loss of business, because we really wouldn't need a stipend then. We could, if somebody shut down for 6 months, the insurance covers.
It would depend
That
on
would be really
why they were shut down. I think if they just shut down because the grants are,
I know it's in the rule, and I don't remember it off the top of my head. What is the percentage?
Well, you can buy insurance against anything. The question is, how can you afford it?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
it's 50% or more
Of your
for more than 2 weeks. Yeah.
50% or more.
Oh, that's what you were saying.
Did it happen
Are you
last
talking about
year?
the stipend or the insurance?
Stipend.
Oh, yeah, oh, yes.
Well, it's been more than 2 weeks. It happened in December, so it's been
Yeah.
more than 2 weeks.
If it was the day after Christmas.
Yeah, if it's causing you to lose 50% of your sales, right? 50% of sales,
Oh, yeah, lose that.
more than 2 weeks, then,
Right.
Yeah, you're eligible.
so
Well, yeah, we're losing more than 50%.
check into
I'll
that.
give you a couple $1,000 a month, please.
I'll take it.
All right. Well, hopefully we gave you some good information.
Thank you.
Hopefully.
Yeah. They just have to get the
We'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
They get it back.
Sorry, good.
Yeah, and I hope they can get it open and up and running.
Yeah,
Yeah, Jen was supposed to call
Yeah.
today.
okay.
And see, what's
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
it's Jen Mead. How are you?
Jen, hi.
Hey, Jen.
Hey,
Hey guys, now I wanted to let you know, so obviously Dave and I have been discussing this over the last few weeks. So
Right.
originally, GSA had let us know that it would be a maximum of 2 weeks while they get the part. I have an email out to GSA trying to find an ETA on when it will be done. And as of today, I have not gotten a response back yet, so I will follow back up again. My concern is I'm not sure if I'm even going to be able to get into the building, just because of what they've got going on. But I will work with Dave on that and we'll figure out the insurance thing. But at this point in time, I mean, we're working on almost a month now
Yeah.
where everything's been shut down and he hasn't been able to be open.
wow. All right. Well, thanks for that information. We appreciate it, and like we were all saying, hopefully, you can get some communication from them. It's the federal government though, so I'm not holding their breath.
Well, Jen told me to look at ask some operators in there if they want to buy the stock.
Got it with you?
If you're
Yeah, I wish you would have bought the fantasy.
Right?
Chips, candy, cookies.
Yeah.
I would have bought some for you too.
Did you deliver?
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah, I did make that.
Right.
I did make that suggestion maybe just to kind of help the situation.
Yeah.
So
All right.
All right, I guess we'll work at it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, nice.
Well, the next one is the OBM OIA audit discussion. We did have, I don't remember how many meetings that Annette and I were on with Christy and the people from OBM as they went through and did this audit, but there were 3 or 4 or something like that, I don't know. I think we were on most of those calls. There were a few external calls that I think Christy wasn't even involved in, that involved like unassigned income, and that's under somebody else's purview that OBM needed to talk to, and I don't know that person, but I'm going to turn it over to Christy and kind of let her get this started, and we'll go from there.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So OIA, as Frank said, came in. They were looking at BE revenue, and our revenue is a mixture of the unassigned income and, we still had some pass through with the Coca-Cola 50 cents a day. And then the second piece is the MOR service charge. And so they came in, they looked at our process again. They did this in 2012, they did this in 2017. We've talked about this with the committee on a number of occasions. So what we need to work on as a committee is how we're going to resolve the risk factor. They want to go from a moderate back down to a low for the MOR and the service charge. And I think today we wanted to get this out to everyone, for everyone to be able to read this, and then I think, go from there. We don't expect answers today. We haven't even talked, to come up with potential options.
Mr. Chair, could I have a copy of that as well, please?
Sure.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Christy?
Yeah, we'll do it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
While we're on the subject, anything that the committee receives, obviously the secretary should be copied.
Yeah.
Also, as long as I've got the floor and this is a topic, I think it would be great if all communications went to the entire committee moving forward. Anything that goes to the chair and the vice chair, and should also come to the full committee, just to resolve some of the issues of people needing to come up to speed via phone tag or during the meetings themselves or whatever. I think it would be more efficient stuff to just automatically go to the full committee and the secretary, who's also a member of the committee.
No objection. I have none.
So
one of the
Mr.
things-
Chair,
Yes.
so is it your, do you want me to send it to the committee, or when I send it to you, you're going to forward it to the committee?
It can be done either way. If you want to send it, you're welcome to do it.
Mr. Chair, so I think we just need to decide. We leave it up in the air, and we
Okay.
assume somebody's doing something and they're not,
If we
so.
send something out, it should go there.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
send it to the full committee.
Thank you, I was just gonna say, if we send something out, we're just gonna send it to the full
Yeah,
committee
there we go.
going
Absolutely.
forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Dave.
Dave. We just got a text from Jen.
I'm just reading this. She says, I just got a response from GSA. They have no ETA on when this will be fixed, and the parts are on order. They have no other updates at this time for her.
They're stuck on a boat in China.
Likely.
Right. I was probably stuck in a boat and kind of
Stuck on a train somewhere, right?
with here.
I did want to, am I wrong, was OBM saying they wanted us, or they were asking us to define what an anomaly was, or something along those lines, and did I misunderstand that, or was that kind of the gist? Because we told them, we were doing verification, you guys would go through Mars looking for anomalies, and would double check, and if needed, ask for a receipt if something seemed off, and they were somewhat okay with that, but not completely. And then at one point, they wanted to put a percentage on it or something, which was going to cause mass confusion for you guys and everybody else. Yeah. Am I explaining that correctly?
So, Mr. Chair, yeah, and again, these are auditors. They're in a specialized field. And what they think, and again,
part of it also is to protect all of us, you guys, everyone, is to have some sort of baseline where we don't put ourselves up where we're being accused of going after a specific person just because there's no baseline, there's no criteria. And what they were saying is, and again, I don't know how to logistically make this work off the bat. That's what we have to have further conversation. But they were saying is like, okay, you have an expense. Maybe if it's over, 20% of the previous year, any time that the person went over 20%, or have also a figure, 20% or over $100. Like, we're not going to go to someone and say, oh, your expense went up $5.50. That's what they're saying. So that there's a definite standardization. If we all win the lottery tomorrow, someone comes in, they know what to look at. It's not wasting your guys' time by just going and asking for a receipt here or there, or even if it's, there's no standard. That's what they were talking about. Now, how we do a baseline, is it based off of the facility in the last 12 months? I don't know. And the specific categories, that's the what do they say? The devil's in the detail. That's what it is.
Mr. Chair.
John.
Several months ago, this topic came up, and one of the things that we had discussed that I actually thought we were going to do, and I've never seen it done yet, is that if you guys felt there was a problem, that you would work with the local committee on that. And in looking at the big book, there are definitely certain places where expenses are much higher than other places, and those kind of need to be looked at a little bit.
Well, I'm not saying they shouldn't be, John, but I will say in some instances, those are, in some instances they're justified, and in others probably not. So just being honest.
No, I get that, but we did talk about, and we all agreed that the local committee was going to work with the specialist on situations like that, so that it would make your guys' job a little bit more, so that the operators know that it was they were not being mistreated unfairly or anything like that, and nothing's ever happened with that.
Gary.
I just want to make sure I understand, or that everybody understands it, and if I'm correct. This audit was performed for the purpose of helping the Bureau to develop the tools necessary for them to follow the rules as they are now. Is that correct? Meaning, you want to ensure that your revenues are what they're supposed to be. So, in order to do what it says in the rules you should do, look for anomalies and so forth. This is what we recommend you do, and they've recommended that you work with the committee via rule to come up with a way to establish a baseline so that you are able to effectively identify anomalies. Is that correct? And these are only recommendations, and it's not a requirement for you to do anything other than what it tells you to do. And the most important, most significant thing in this report from the auditors is the very last paragraph, and I'll read it. It says, due to the limited nature of our audit, we have not fully assessed the cost-benefit relationship of implementing the observations and recommendations suggested above. However, these observations reflect our continuing desire to assist your department in achieving improvements in internal controls, compliance, and operational efficiencies. So even they agree that this might not necessarily be cost effective. We're talking about minuscule amounts of money for us to have to spend numerous hours of effort by multiple people and involving operators to do things that aren't going to amount to much of a savings to the program, or of an assurance to maximizing the revenue to the program. And while I agree wholeheartedly, especially after looking at the big book, we've got some problems. Nothing that's recommended in this report is going to resolve the issues that we have for maximizing our revenues. And the other thing is, and this was, tell me flat out if I'm wrong, the Bureau requested this audit. And if they requested an audit to do with revenues, I insist, and the committee should insist, that you also ask whoever does the same thing for revenues to do the same thing for expenditures. Particularly Schaefer.
Yeah.
And other things. I mean, you know, there's far more money to be saved on a Schaefer contract than there is to identifying whether a person actually paid a cell phone bill or not, or a vehicle expense. I mean, I agree, and the problem isn't, I mean, there are people who are abusing their ability to write stuff off in order to minimize the amount of service or set aside that they pay. I agree with that, but this doesn't solve that problem. The way you solve that problem is figuring out how you limit the amount of money that people can claim as an expense that isn't a legitimate expense. Because if there's people claiming that, you know, they need 5 phones for their business, they're going to have receipts for that, and you identifying the receipts doesn't change the fact that they just wrote off 5 cell phones, even though we all know that you don't need 5 cell phones to run one of these businesses. You know what I mean? So we need to spend far less effort on this, not that we should eliminate it altogether, but we don't need tons of attention to this because the cost benefit isn't there. And even your own auditor said, we don't necessarily think that it's there. Or they're not willing to say it anyway, that there's a cost benefit, that there's an effective benefit to this.
And Mr. Chair, I agree with some of what you said, Derek, but at the same time, you know, they also say in the report that the moderate risk observation, they will follow up to ensure corrective action has been implemented to reduce risk to a low level. So I hear you, but we still need to come up with something, you know, even if we can prove to them that it's not a cost benefit analysis, but they want data to back that. Can we provide data to back that? They're all about the data.
Mr. Chair.
We've got tons of data. It's our MRRs.
John.
So we've part of their issue was also the way you're getting revenue from third parties such as Coke, and by you addressing that, that's already starting to lower your risk.
So, Mr. Chair, that there were 2 different, that was a separate finding, and it was low risk, and it was a good catch. And again, since Amy's gotten back, we've contacted Coke. We said that we need to make sure that we have reports that, because the Coke contract, they wanted to ensure that we were collecting the proper amount of commission. With the old Coke contract, it went from 50% to its specific by product.
Right, Mr. Chair, it's tiered, so like your 20-ounce carbonated beverages are, you get, I have to look up the percentages, and then like energy drinks and teas and your Powerade is a separate tier, and I think water is its own thing, but I'll check the percentages, but we should be getting a breakdown by product, by machine, per location, starting in February.
Okay. Yeah, and I seen that, Christie, that they had the third-party vendor as a low risk, and then I seen that we were deemed as high risk, and I'm like, I don't agree with this at all. I think it should be the other way around.
Well, again, they had documentation to compare it with. That's why I think part of it, but also they viewed it as it was a small amount of money, and that was the big piece. The amount of money that we get from the third party versus the service charge. Service charge is what? 90% of the money that we get in. You know, the other thing that they said to us and slapped our hand on, and we're like, it really wasn't our fault, it was DAS's fault, was there was a lapse in that contract. There was about a month lapse in the contract, and it was because Coke, we were waiting for some, I don't know, they don't do business with China for them. So again, this is just the audit process, and they come in to the agency every year and view, and they hit every area.
Mr. Chair. David.
Derek asked a question I don't believe was answered. Did the Bureau request this audit? So, Mr. Chair, the process is they come, we have to fill out, I don't know if you call it a survey or not, but they go through the different areas and then they identify off of us answering the survey which areas that they want to audit. So I don't know why it says we request it. We never request OVM to show up and audit us anymore. It's a matter of, here, fill this out, and then they identify areas that they feel are high, low, and moderate risk, and then they decide which areas that they're going to do an audit on. And if you caught Christie's timeline, it's about every 5 years. So,
Mr. Chair?
Gary.
That sounds reasonable, but unfortunately, that's, and I believe that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. But unfortunately, that means that the answers to the questionnaire were skewed in favor, by your own answers, of revenues being more of a concern than expenditures of the program. And that's troubling to me, more so than if you had just asked for their help to begin with, outright. Because we've had this conversation before. The amount of money that would be saved by doing a full-blown, set up a full-blown, check everybody's receipts all the time is going to save you almost nothing, because that's not the issue. The issue isn't that people can't prove or verify their expenses. Everybody that claims something is going to be, not everybody, most everybody's going to be able to verify whatever. The problem is that some of the expenses are inappropriate. That's our problem. And even that's a much smaller amount of money than we're talking about if we start dealing with the massive amounts of money that bleed out of this program by misuse of funds in regards to equipment, repair, moving, and storage.
And Mr. Chair, well, again, just to be clear, these are just recommendations, correct?
Yes.
I keep hearing we have to do something. We have to do something. Have to do. It should not be recommendation. And they said, well, we use the word recommendation. And if you don't do it, then it goes up the ladder for getting asking who it's called and what we have to do. But it is a requirement. We have to reduce it and have a closeout. Now, if there are some different ways to do this, if Derek, if you have some different ideas that we can bring forward to them, then absolutely, let's talk about it and see if they feel that there's more than one way to skin a cat to reduce risk. So, more than happy to have those conversations moving forward as we work this out to get something put together, because I think we have a July 1 that we're supposed to have something put together and put in place for them.
Mr. Chair?
Annette.
The cost analysis angle is definitely one of them that Derek brought up. I mean, right now, just sitting here, we spend 45 minutes to an hour talking about this in a meeting. We have how many BE staff people sitting here during this talk that we're paying, just to spend, just to even discuss this? I mean, we've already spent more talking about how to alleviate the cost than a month's worth would be even saved by this. So it's just, so.
We didn't spend money, though, to sit here and talk. They didn't have the same salary whether they were at the meeting or not.
Christie.
So I think it's a lot. First off, they're not saying, look at everyone's receipt every month. They're saying, come up with a plan. And it's not just expenses. I will tell you, and I'm not getting into specifics, but to Derek, to your point, it's not just expenses. Recently, there was, again, and I don't think people are on purpose fraudulent. I don't. But we need to look at that big book. We need to help people with MORs. Recently, it was discovered that someone was not reporting the sales properly and the cost of goods. They're going to be paying an extra $6,000 this year, which is $30,000 in service charge or match. So it isn't pennies. It isn't pennies. But that is not necessarily, I think everyone's thinking like, that, again, I want to work together as a committee to come up with how do we ensure that the program is getting what they're supposed to do. And you're right, Derek. You're right, and that was the flaw from the get-go. If I go to someone and say, hey, show me your Verizon bill, and they show me $800, well, they showed me the Verizon bill, let me check a mark, where is 800 an acceptable amount? And I know that, and we've had conversations, and Frank and Annette, you were on those calls too. It's a fine line where, you know, obviously an open food place like Johnny Mac's place can't be compared to, you know, Dwayne's place, and even two rest areas aren't alike, but there's got to be some sort of baseline. One of the things that I think that we need to talk about is when we're temping stuff, maybe to have a better control over what the business is supposed to do. So then when someone comes in, we have a baseline of, oh, this is what that business should do. And yes, I know people can make their own decisions, some good, some bad. Some people, like Curtis, God love you, but you don't have an employee, so your wages are much lower. So we can't really compare, you know, apples and oranges. But we're also in a situation where, you know, and Johnny Mac can tell us too, that he just went into a university and had people come up to him saying, oh my God, these machines haven't been filled in 2 years, and it wasn't making money, and it was the worst performing thing. And we did nothing about it because people didn't really complain loudly. And that's ignorance on all of our, like, we need to do stuff about that. That costs the program, and I think that that's problematic.
Garrett.
I agree wholeheartedly with everything you just said, Christy, except that none of that's addressed in here. It's funny that somebody coming to you to tell you how to better ensure that the revenues that you generate by set aside didn't at all focus on verification of sales. They only spoke about verification of expenses claimed. Why is that?
Mr. Chair.
That's far more significant. Why didn't the auditors, that's why I don't have much confidence in any of this. And also, some of the other things you were talking about, poor performance of operators in facilities does cost us money. That's not covered by this either. And that's exactly what I'm saying is, there's bigger, better, tastier fish to fry than finding out whether somebody's got a receipt for a damn cell phone bill, because everybody will. Everybody, not everybody, 99% of the people are going to have verification of expenses that they're claiming. We need to start figuring out, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, expenses are much more important, program expenses are much more important, and we can save much more money on it. But also, if you really want to talk about revenues, let's talk about equitable ways to ensure that facilities are operating at the levels they should. Let's talk about, are people actually reporting the amount of income that they should? And boy, I'm going to get murdered on my way out for saying this. But that's what I'm talking about.
And Mr. Chair?
These are pennies relative to the dollars and hundreds and thousands and 10,000s and hundreds of thousands of dollars that are left on the table, which have nothing to do with receipts for expenses claimed.
So, Mr. Chair, let me be clear. This isn't just about expenses. I think the previous one, we focused on expenses. This is about the revenue. It is about everything that is reported on an MOR, not just expenses.
So it's asking, when it talks about anomalies, you're talking about anomalies related to
Cost of goods.
Yeah, and sales.
Wages,
and sales.
sales.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair.
John.
I'm going to make some enemies, but I'm going to say it anyways. I really think, I don't think we should need to be focusing on individual receipts, because I agree with Eric, but I don't think that's what they're asking either. But I do think we need to set up some kind of standards and get people to adhere more to those standards so that we do maximize our set-asides. And I think that's a good, a good accounting thing that needs to be done. And I think it's important. But we need to look at the whole picture, not just part of the picture. Because I agree with Derek, there's a lot of expenses that are wasted with places like Schaefer, but there's also a lot of overexpense, there's other issues as well. But there needs to be more standards. And it's going to be hard to do, I don't dispute that at all. But it needs to be done.
And you gotta be very careful when you start talking standards. First of all, it requires rule changes. Because if you don't put it in the rule, there's nothing you can do about it. We can shout it to the moon standards, but there's nothing that can be done about it. And that rule has to get past RSA, who will not put limits on what operators can do as business owners. Yes, we want to maximize our service charge, we want to maximize our match and get every dime we can into the program. But we can't hamstring operators from making business decisions for themselves as entrepreneurs. So yeah, we know when somebody's doing a bad job. What we don't know and it's hard to put on paper is when someone's doing an okay job as opposed to someone's doing a better than okay job. Or a fine job, or a great job. You know, that's where that starts getting very sticky.
And, Mr. Chair, and I mean,
Go ahead.
I do believe, and I called Annette and talked to her about after viewing the big book, and we had some very interesting conversations. And there's a lot of discussion that needs to be had, and I'm glad to hear Christy say that this isn't just about receipts for BS expenses and stuff. There's more to it than that. I don't see that in this report, but I think it's implied perhaps, and that's good. But Annette's right. We have to be very careful about how we do that. I mean, it is going to become really problematic for doing all of the stuff that we would like to do. But I do think we need to start chipping away at the big ones first and the lesser ones later. Mm-hmm. And I still say that the biggest detriment to our program's finances is the Schaefer contract. And I'll include in the Schaefer contract because it relates to equipment and storage and repairs and moving and stuff. We don't do all of those things effectively via the contract with Schaefer either. We've got to start being more cautious about whether we need that move or whether we need that storage or whether we need that equipment and so forth. There's lots of things financially that need attention. Receipt verification is at the bottom of the list as far as I'm concerned. And I hope we can come up with something to appease the powers that be quickly and get them to help us with the bigger fish, the bigger, tastier fish that we need help with.
Mr. Chair,
Keith.
I kind of fall in that lower category of achievements, and just looking at Schaefer's repair level at my place, they make more money than I do.
Well, they make more money than all of us combined.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And it's like my machines, 90% of them are 10 to 12 years old. I was looking at these down here. Man, if I had something nice like that, my sales might even go up. So it's a host of things like Derek was talking about that you should look at. That's all.
Mr. Chair, what should we do then? I mean, if they're looking for a way for us to identify anomalies, that's not easily done, and they have to know that that's not easily done, and that they have made a recommendation of how to do it.
Mr. Chair?
They kind of did. Oh,
that
percentage
dollar
variance, once you establish a baseline and how it's done. Yeah.
And I will say, Christy had asked, they had recommended something about, I don't remember what it was, and doing something with new operators. They wanted something, I can't remember, they wanted the program to do something with brand new operators, and Christy said, what was it, Christy?
So they wanted the very first MOR, and I'm like, that's not going to tell us anything. The very first MOR is setting it up. It's not going to help us at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, again, to what John, you were saying, John D., you know, we all agreed that when we see something that is out of the ordinary, on anything on the MOR, that we, engage in that operator and engage with the local committee. And we're going to continue to do that. I think what we want is some further protection that can we put some sort of percentage, and is it an average of
this is the number in the last 12 months, because I've talked, we've talked internally with staff, we were going back 3 months, and they're like, that's not realistic, and particularly when you have like colleges and universities, you don't want to include the summer months, you don't want to include the January, February for rest areas, that skews that. So can't we take what we were going to do, but put some sort of guardrails up to protect everyone? And maybe it's a range or something, a percentage that says, okay, this business has been doing this in cost of goods, and all of a sudden it went up 50%. That triggers, and they even wanted us to come up with, like, working with IT and with a report that would spit up, here's the variables or the variations this month. And then again, 9 out of 10 times it's a consultant calling up and saying, hey, what happened here? Well, for this vehicle expense, what are those things that are stolen off of the vehicle?
Catalytic converters.
Yeah, that was stolen. I had to, it's $1,800. I'm like, oh, makes perfect sense. In VE Web. This is why that expense went up. Done. And we have that. And that's what just the checks and balances.
Mr. Chair? And even sometimes that doesn't work, because you take a month, cost of goods, you might have a month where your cost of goods is 60%, and then the next month it might be 30.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, so I mean, there's even month to month things vary, especially cost of goods. Cost of goods can vary.
Especially with universities and Canoans,
Yes.
where business is seasonal.
Yeah. So even 1 month checking it compared to the last year.
Not only that, 1 month you could get really good dates and it lasts a little bit longer. The next month you get stuff in there like, you're right, it's got 3 weeks on it, and I'm not going to be able to sell.
Yeah, there's all kinds of, it's hard, and I don't even know where you do anomalies with sales. Hopefully the anomaly is higher,
And at one point, they wanted us to define an anomaly, and I don't know how, and then to me, and I'm just saying me, somebody else may have a different idea. To me, an anomaly is something, you know it when you see it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So, I understand what you guys are saying.
Well, we're not trying to be funny, Chris.
No, I understand what you're saying. I hear your points. One of the things, as I was thinking through this a little bit too, was because we had said, let us just identify these and when they pop up, and I think Chrissy had touched on it a little bit, was one of the things that was pointed out, and I don't know if it was on the calls that you guys were on, was that, then it is kind of the wild, wild west for us to pick and choose who and when, for whatever reason, that we say, you need to come in, or you need to give us this information, we need to see this. So it's a little bit of that standardization and protection, and it made me think of, because Jeff Toll has said this to me on multiple occasions, Greg, it's not you. We don't know who's going to be sitting in your chair at some point in the future.
No.
And having something set up so that everybody understands when things, pop is not a good word, but when something rises to a level of further discussion, does benefit everybody. So that's just more to kind of consider and think about. We're not going to solve this today. That wasn't our goal. We wanted to open up the discussion, make sure everybody gets a chance after this to go back, look through it, and let's get some other ideas. We'd even, as Chrissy said, when we were talking to our operators the other day about it, they raised some of the things about, you can't do 3 months, like you've got to take a bigger picture. And so, anyway. I think, it's much larger than the half an hour that we spent on it today, obviously.
So I think we all need to think about this and see if we can come up with some ideas. Exactly how to do this. I like the fact that, at least as of right now, we're not going to have to go out to people, once a month and request receipts. I'm going to share a scenario, though. Back in July or August, I was on the phone with Christy. We were getting an agenda together. We were having a conversation. And Christy told me, she said, we have an operator, and we realized this operator is filing the exact same dollar amount of sales tax at 3 different facilities. And I said, Christy, that doesn't sound right to me. I said, but there could be a logical explanation. You never know till we ask. So let's find out. And they did. They found out, and the operator said it was a mistake and that, they had to, I believe they had to redo their MORs or something along those lines and get all of that straightened out. So, and it was one of those things, that jumped out at somebody and rightfully so, because usually 3 different facilities, more likely, those facilities are gonna have different amounts of sales taxes. But anyway, that was just one. They're rare. I think they're rare and far between for the most part, but every once in a while you have a weird situation like that that needs to be addressed. And it was addressed, so yeah, it was handled.
Mr. Chair,
John.
would it make sense to set up a work group that will work with the Bureau to set this, to look at some standards or to look at options?
They're not usually.
Standards.
Sorry. I mean, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, John wasn't done.
No, I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, you know what, John, let me think about that. We probably do need to do that. I'm not gonna pick somebody right this minute, but I will get a hold of whoever and let them assemble the people they want on the work group and all of that, so.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I don't need a minute. I nominate Amy to be the.
I'm on the bus already.
Sally's between me and her right now. It's the only
Amy McCain.
reason I did that.
Derek, John, would you like to spend some more time with me or not?
I would do it. That's why I suggested, I think it's a good idea.
I would suggest consultants be a part of that conversation
Yeah.
too, because they know
Yeah,
a lot
absolutely,
about this.
100%.
They know more
Christie's
about-
too happy to throw other people onto it.
I think Christie should be on it too, but
Don't forget we
No,
have diverse new people in here.
Consultants know more about this
Absolutely.
than operators and
100%.
management combined.
1,000%.
So, Mr. Chair, I would suggest if we do go the work group route, I think they need to have a set meeting the first time to meet, and the first agenda item is setting up a string of meetings, and just get everything on the books and set up so that it doesn't lose steam at all or get lost in the shuffle, because we all get busy, and then next thing you know, it's like, oh crap, we haven't met in a month, and we're supposed to get these deliverables. That would be my one request of the work group, that's their first objective.
And Mr. Chair, I said that tongue in cheek, but I meant it also about not usually work groups. I wish that, and they are necessary, they are important, and they do some good work sometimes, but mostly they fizzle. I would like to see us more often dedicate as much time as possible in this room to accomplishing as much as we can. And I know that's difficult sometimes, mostly because certain people dominate the conversation. I'm sorry I do that sometimes, but and others do too. But we could accomplish more in this room if we tried. Stop spending so much time on stuff the committee can't do anything about, and start spending more time on things that we can accomplish in the room while we're here. Get it done.
Okay, if we don't have anything else on this discussion, the only other thing I had on here was I think everybody's pretty much up to speed, but to give a committee grievance update. And it basically is this, that I think most of you have seen in the email that we requested conflict resolution from our SLA. It is up to them whether they decide to do that or not. We have no control over that, but we'll see where that goes. Annette and I briefly at lunch had a conversation with our new AG representative and tried to, in the short version, get her up to speed. She asked me to send her a couple of things, and we'll get those to her. And in the meantime, we'll wait and see what happens. I apologize. This has been out there for a while. It took Annette and I an inordinate amount of time to get a hold of the person at RSA. There was some issue with their phone or something that I don't even think they knew about. But anyway, that was a mess. But we wanted to go that route. The goal was to just see if we couldn't work together through that process and see if we could avoid, looking at federal arbitration as the next step. So we'll see what happens, and I'm just gonna kind of leave it there, and we'll go from there. Just, if anybody has any questions about it, or you don't understand what's going on there, you can give me a call. I'm not gonna spend time in the meeting. If you need to be brought up to speed, I'll walk you through from the committee standpoint what happened, and we'll go from there. Do we have anything else? I always leave time on the agenda. Anything else? Do we have any other?
Mr. Chair, like I said, I did have a couple of questions regarding the reports that we get. On the active grievance report, there's grievances on here from 2014. I mean, why are there still grievances on here?
Some of them haven't been resolved, like, I think.
Well, I mean, I get that, but what's being done about them? They're 9 years old.
Well, I'll give you an example of one. One is a federal arbitration that's at RSA. They haven't heard it yet. It's from a Cleveland operator.
I think I seen on here where there was something about RSA, but other ones, there's no indication about like what's going on with them or anything. Even the informal meeting dates are 9 years ago.
Mr. Chair, I can address those. So that's the active grievances, everything that's active that hasn't had any type of closure. The only one that's on the Bureau right now, there's 2 active grievances right now. The rest of them, like Frank was saying, there's like 4 or 5 grievances that have been combined into one arbitration request, and RSA is taking forever on these arbitrations. And we were told, I think 2 years ago, February, that they had impaneled 2 of them, and we've heard nothing since. So, again, I feel I could take those off if you want, but it's not, right, it's not being transparent.
They haven't been.
Well, yeah, Mr. Chair, my goal isn't to get them taken off of there. My question is, what was being done to settle these ones that are like 8 and 9 years old?
I believe we're waiting on RSA.
RSA, you gotta talk to RSA.
This isn't at the state level, this is at the federal level. So those are federal arbitrations. I don't know why RSA hasn't heard something in 8 or 9 years, whatever the heck. It's been a long time.
Yep, Mr. Chair, this is a national issue. It happens all over. It's something that groups like NABM we are trying to fight for. It's one of the issues if we do a Washington fly-in that we're going to work on. There's several things like that. It's known that RSA is a problem with impaneling these. There for a while they were a problem with rules. We had rules that SLAs and committees had submitted that sat for years before RSA would approve them. And they sped it up a little bit on that, but they're still way behind on arbitration handling.
Mr. Chair, my other question was about the area report. Like in my area, for instance, not to go back to UC so quickly, but for all 3 facilities down there, with all the issues we were talking about earlier, my facility says 4G readers were installed, and we took over the beverages at Blue Ash, and that was in August. But it still reads exactly the same. That's not exactly an update. And the other 2 facilities there just say 4G readers were installed. Again, not much of an update, and no mention of the existing issues.
Mr. Chair, I hate to say this, a nice holly salad, but I kind of agree with him a little bit on that one.
Yeah, I just feel like it's kind of lazy.
So I apologize, but.
So, Mr. Chair, we collect that from consultants, and I'm to the point now where I appreciate that you guys are reading it, but if we're going to have university updates, if we're going to have ODOT updates, why are we even doing the report if we're going to reiterate that here anyway? And, I mean, that's honestly my opinion at this point. Like, why even do a report?
Annette?
Because not all facilities are universities or ODOT. We want to know when things have been added on. I'm curious, if you did a selection in Cleveland, I want to know about a site selection. I want to know if Dave got something attached to his facility. We want to know that type of stuff, and we might not know what's going on in other parts of the state. If somebody's got, like I said, a side attachment, if somebody is having some kind of issue, yeah, those big picture issues of universities and ODOT is great. That doesn't deal with the individual facilities at the operator level.
So we're gonna take this back. Maybe I'll have the consultants for each area do their own little report, and we combine that and send it to you guys. We'll come up with something.
That'd be kind of cool. The consultant level, there'd probably be a little more information and.
No, because that's what Sally uses to combine the report she gives you. But okay, we'll figure it out.
Well,
You know,
Mr. Chair,
my other thing, Dave, if you have a problem, like, call us and ask us for this. Like, why is it, like, putting everyone on Front Street? I do. I feel like it's like we try our best. And it's never good enough for you, ever.
Mr. Chair, well, first off, if those reports are intended to be updates, there's no updates in them. And second off, it's not about putting people on Front Street, but we all have responsibilities to do reports accurately and with updated information. If that's not being done, that's not me putting you on Front Street, that's me letting you know you're not doing it.
I don't think there's anything else.
We need to go out on a happier note.
Yeah, please.
Good joke, Frank.
Yeah.
Look at me, there's a joke right there.
Okay, you want a joke? What do you call a teacher that doesn't want to pass gas in public?
Oh,
I give up.
I give up. What?
Private tutor.
Oh.
That was a joke we got.
There you go.
You've been saving that one, huh, Dave?
All right, I think on that note, I need a motion and a second to adjourn.
A second.
Do I have a second?
Wow, it's 2:45.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I seconded it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed?
Aye.
Yeah, of course.
You can stay right
We got 15 minutes.
Speech stop button.